стоять на месте стоять, иначе рискуешь ничего не понять. Жил-был на свете злоба детский, ивентов нет, загрустил не по-детски. Заходит в конфу, ща от скуки умру, но спасен наш хороший, можно хлопать в ладоши. И туса соберется, слеза счастья прольется, и новая дача очень скоро начнется. Но вдруг налетели на дачу тени, привидения говорят, не бывать наслаждению. Ну что же ты, что ты потупил свой взор? Сдавайся, злоба, полный позор. И треснул мир напополам, гремит разлом, и льется дым, идет ретейк под бэкплентом. И верхний свет в коврах под флешку выхожу, по дачным улицам свой фраг я нахожу.
I'm eager to get on the server once more, but you know what? I know all of our teams are as well.
Yeah, you say all of our teams, but we started with so many. Now we have just 4 left. And what that means, you know what that means, Jasmine?
It means artifacts, baby. Trace, you want to explain to the folks at home what exactly those artifacts are?
I was going to say artifacts. I was also going to say it means playoffs. But what the artifacts means is basically as we collect them from teams that are eliminated, we get to unlock the universe and all of the safety that goes around it. Now, like I said yesterday, we don't really know where the artifacts or the lore comes from. But what we do know, it's either deep space or the deep ocean.
Deep space or the deep ocean. I'm going to go ahead and say deep space. So our first matchup of today is going to be Falcons versus Spirit. Talk to me about this one.
Falcons Spirit. Okay. Well, if I was a betting man, which I'm not, per legalities and just per good habits, I would say that Spirit might have this one in the bag. This should be a walk in the park for Spirit, but like I said yesterday, the Falcons have somehow, some way, made it to a streak of their own, of winning 2 in a row.
Well, you know what? Falcons and Spirit have indeed played against one another previously, although that was all the way back in February at IEM Katowice, and Spirit managed to claim themselves a victory there. I don't know, man. I'm loving the kind of revenge streak we've been seeing from the Falcons so far.
Yeah, it is cool. It's a cool story arc, and it'll be interesting to see how far it goes, right? For the team like Falcons, they're supposed to have all this promise in the world, and we're going to just have to sit back, relax, and watch the show. Chilling it, Max, which is exactly what our next talents are doing. I wonder where they are. I wonder what they're all about. What universe are they from?
What universe we're in, Stunna? We're in this zany, wacky, wild world where maybe Falcons could win this. Is that a universe, Launders, that you believe in?
I mean, in the universe of Mirage, if it goes there, probably not. So that's where we are, and I think that's where Dunk wants to be. And, of course, there's a lot to say about someone like Dunk, and that's going to be the measure against Falcons and everything. I think the interesting part, at least for Falcons, is that, like, they got here, right? That's the thing. They could have lost to virtus.pro and not been the team who got here. So for that, they deserve some recognition for sure. It wasn't a super strong virtus.pro, but it still was a win in a period of time where I don't think they believed they could beat anybody good, and they did.
Yep, and a win that comes off of the back of each of the individuals being able to put forward a round or two throughout that game. Snappy tapping into what he has now said about 4 maps of consistency in terms of feeling his individual game again, right? He said he feels like he's tapping back into it. I think that would be a huge welcome sign of good things to come perhaps for Falcons, because his individual drop-off and his statistical worst year so far in 2024 is what's part of the issue with holding Falcons back. But holding them back on the road to $300,000. That's right. Top-heavy prize pool here for the BetBoom Dacha Belgrade 24, because we don't reward mediocrity.
Yes.
It's all about the champ.
Oh, it's actually an amazing prize pool that we've got going on. And obviously, before the tournament started, everyone thought it was going to be a MOUZ Spirit final. I speak for everyone when I say that. And now we spend today trying to figure out if it's not going to be.
And on the other side with Group B, we've got Heroic as the challenger. Here we're talking about Falcons because that is our opening game, of course, Spirit versus Falcons. But Heroic, I think their kind of struggles versus MIBR is something I didn't anticipate personally, just because of the way Degster plugged right in, brought some form to the table that, you know, I anticipated Heroic's victory, but I thought it would be cleaner. Me personally, I thought that the gap between Heroic and the rest of that Group B was going to be wider. Not the case, but still, alas, a game versus MOUZ later today that Dinko and Blair will be taking you guys through. We got Spirit and Falcons in our hands, and I'm very excited to see if Falcons can just, I think it feels to me it's like dancing with the devil. Because Team Spirit, I mean, they're making everybody nervous.
Yeah.
You know, they've 13-0'd multiple teams in the year. They've jumped into servers and completely blown opposition out. And Falcons, after finally getting back on their shaky geriatric legs, would be easy to push right back over. And
I mean, technically speaking, Spirit are a perfect team. Right? They have the best player in the world. Him and Monacy are those two best players, but it's either Donk or him. And then they have the guy who's like breaking records like in this year. Then they have the best opera they could possibly ask for in Shiro, who's consistently getting 130s at these events.
Yes, sir.
Besides maybe the major. That's the one blip on this entire year. They have Chopper, who has been calling at this like tier 2 level for so long, building up a good base so that when Donk fit in, he could create the perfect system to make him shine. And so you have a team that isn't just Donk. Donk is the most important part, highlighted perfectly, you know, by Chopper and the rest of the squad. But everybody is filling in all of the other gaps in a way that means that they have a fallback. Now, I think the weird irony is that the only reason they lost the Copenhagen Major in the quarterfinals was not because of Donk. It was because almost everybody else on the team was visibly nervous. But in a situation like this, I'm thinking there's no way that happens. So in that case, they are the strongest team at the moment.
Well, a strong team to take to the stage alongside Falcons. Let's get them on stage so that we can get this BO3 underway, shall we?
Well, I guess our talents are rooting for Spirit.
Imagine that. I wonder why that is. I'm truly shocked in this moment.
We are not biased, however, over here on the stage. It is indeed going to be Falcons versus Spirit. Super excited for this rematch to take place.
Yeah, first of all, speak for yourself. When you say no bias, like, I don't know, maybe there is some bias here.
I reckon the chat has definitely got Donk bias.
As we should all. Like, this kid is pretty much out of control at this point. And by out of control, I mean, I don't know who's going to stop him. Who can contain the Donk? I have no idea, which is why we get to watch him again.
You know what? I saw a HLTV interview where there was an argument about whether or not Donk is overrated.
Well, I don't know.
Well, given the credit that he deserves. But you know what? Let's go ahead and focus a little bit more on their opposition. Successfully getting revenge on their prior opponents. Can they do it versus their Katowice enemies? It's Falcons. Well, there we have it, Trace. Madden, I'm going to come and stand next to you. I'm going to talk to you for just a moment. You guys have recently had a little bit of a sea of red results. Talk to me about how you guys are going about changing that now with your 2 victories.
I mean, at some point we have to start winning, and we are all putting hard work, and I think it's going to show up in a short time.
And for you individually, especially in the last series that we saw, you've been absolutely popping off, clutches left, right, and center, and we can see the energy in the team as well. So for you as an individual, what has the difference been?
I mean, to be honest, in this team I play better roles, both on CT and T, and obviously the statistics with it should be better, but obviously I'm not showing the greatest results yet individually as I want to. But I hope in the future, once we fix everything, that it's going to be better.
Well, the ceiling is certainly high for you. You've got high expectations for yourself and for your team. But you know what? I'm super excited to see you guys rise to the occasion. How about you, Trace?
I have no further questions, Your Honor. I have none. I say let them in play. Let them in play.
Go get warmed
and
up,
in doing
boys.
so, let's get their contender situated in the most ways. I mean, sitting the hell down so that we can play this game. Who can tame Donk? I don't know if it's going to be the Falcons, but we're going to find out because it's Team Spirit. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Zontix, I'll talk to you, man. Tell me a little bit about coming into the playoffs here in Belgrade.
It's good, you know, to not lose any maps after you haven't played for for 6 weeks. Yeah. So it's good to see us a good comeback without like huge mistakes.
Mistakes don't win games. We know that much. Do you anticipate any mistakes from your side today? Do you think you guys have this one in the bag?
Of course we can. I don't think we are playing our best CS ever. So we have a lot of potential and we have a lot of mistakes still. So I don't know what we will see today.
So you're telling me that guy right next to you is not playing his best CS? He can play better?
Yes.
Crazy, man. That's wild. But anyway, I'm excited to see what Team Spirit does today. Gentlemen, take to the seats because it's about time to get this one underway, Jazz.
I'm super excited for this one. Bring on the CS, bring on the action. Who knows, we might even go the full distance. Let's go ahead and find out.
Yes, the full distance would require Falcons to do something no one else has. Let's take a map off Spirit in Belgrade. Yeah. Because maybe Zontix thinks that there are mistakes throughout the team, but I mean, Donk has posted maps where he's looked untouchable. Those 25 to 30 kill maps haven't been every single step of the way. Yeah. But I have no question that he's going to be able to at least offer us one in this series. Yeah. Feels like one of the 3 maps of every BO3 is a guaranteed Donk super carry.
And I mean, we will stop talking about Donk as soon as he gives us a reason to, but at the moment, he's literally on par to have the same rating that he did at Katowice, which is a 1.71. It's obviously not the same level of competition across, and it's also not as long of an event, so Kato will always be special for that moment. But like, there has never been a player to do it in any event of this level. And so Donk might be able to do that twice in 1 year already. That's the kind of record that he might set right here before our eyes. And Falcons are definitely a team that he could chew up if he's on point today. So Falcons will be picking Vertigo and Spirit will go for Anubis. I think that maybe we have a world where Ancient comes up because we saw that Falcons played it yesterday versus virtus.pro and won. Yes. And that was sort of a surprise because they hadn't played that many officials on it. So we might be seeing Falcons veto open up. No, they ban. They'll take Nuke. Wow. Okay. That's
confident.
Incredibly bold. Yeah. I don't recommend that. I feel like Ancient, at least you can, there's some level of scrimminess that's welcome on Ancient that you could, I mean, it's not going to be easy no matter where you go, but Nuke, I can't see this ending well if it goes to 3 maps.
Especially off of the back of a victory over top of virtus.pro on Ancient as well, right? With so few officials on Ancient Falcons, one having this exact, 5 team, the second being VP yesterday. I mean, yeah, we've got an interesting turn of events here. 9 and 10 doctors don't recommend taking Nuke versus Spirit, but clearly Falcons have found someone doing some independent research and have decided to sign up to what could be a blowout. Now that's if we get there, because getting Spirit to 3 maps is already a huge challenge for many teams in the world, not just a 19th ranked Team Falcons who have only now had a taste of victory since Belgrade.
We're looking at a 37% win rate for the Falcons, which is a legitimate percentage because they've played like a fair few maps. They're just on a massive loss streak, essentially. Again, I mean, I think 3 maps is already unlikely as it stands, but looking at this veto, I just wonder like how in the world they're going to be the team to take Nuke off of Spirit. So I definitely wish them the best of luck. I would love to see a game plan that kind of highlights what they've been preparing, and they did show us yesterday on Ancient that they are a bit bigger than their veto shows in terms of how wide their map pool is. But Donk is, that's over 3 months, so that's a 1.4 over 3 months. If the year continued as it is, Donk will be the #1 player in the world. The only thing that is against that is that, well, there's another major. There's 7 more months of real tournaments left over, lots of games to be played, and that's a true test of consistency as time.
And, we heard it in the pregame interview with Zontix. This is a Donk and a Team Spirit that's getting back into the server after 6 weeks of absence from officials, right? Passing up on ESL Pro League due to the time constraints of that. They are now coming into a string of events. They've got 3 more to close out the year, right? They'll be here, they've got Dallas, and then they also have the Blast Spring Finals. So we're talking 2 big stages, potentially, to still have to keep up these numbers. And like you said, this being the shorter of those 3 events, it's going to require some consistency from his level to do that. But we don't sit here questioning him too often. So ball is in his court in terms of breaking records as it is, but just in terms of, more importantly, getting wins today, it's nice to know that we don't have to tap just into Donk. I think that it's great to see, again, Shiro sometimes takes such a back seat in some of these games. What was it when they're opening maps? He had like something like 25, 30 ADR, and it wasn't because it was a bad map from Shiro. He simply had nobody to shoot at. It was the last time they played Ancient, of course, where Donk's nearly touching 30 kills, and everybody else has just not seen an enemy for rounds.
Well, it's very much because of the composition of the team, and even when he played on Gambit and Gambit Youngsters and Cloud9, Shiro is very much a specialist when it comes to the op. He's opping more than any other opper, basically, and he also is sticking to the same style of being one of the best, if not the best, clutcher in the game at the moment. There are a couple people vying for that spot. Monacy's up there, Brokey's up there and stuff like that. But Shiro really is so intelligent when it comes to the 1vx's. It's even beyond the stats for me. So, and for that to be possible, he has to stay alive the longest. He's also got a very low DPR. He stays alive for as long as possible in rounds, and that's an immense contrast to Donk. So the only way that Shiro ends up being the best player on this team, like he was on Cloud9 or Gambit, is if his entry fragger in Donk has a really bad day. Because otherwise, Donk is getting a 1.0 KPR, or getting 2K entries, or getting 2K site holds, and then there's nothing left for Shiro to do, essentially.
Right.
But Shiro's still amazingly consistent when he needs to be, and that's just what is so scary about Spirit.
I'd also argue, it's the perfect person to kind of put in Donk's shadow alongside Zontix, two individuals who clearly have a comfort in not needing to be number one.
Yeah.
Because if Donk is in the server, you shouldn't be the top-rated player, and the odds are so incredibly stacked against that ever happening. But let's let Counter-Strike speak. We've got Falcons and Team Spirit locking horns here on Anubis. Somebody's got to give a map loss to Spirit, surely. Can it be the Falcons, who have shown us improvement over their last two series? Will all of them be able to come together yet again to contest the Donk?
A dragon versus a falcon. That's very cool. I mean, I feel like I would pick the dragon, obviously.
9.5 times out of 10.
But maybe we could give the falcon some spells to balance it out.
Okay, sure.
For the sake of the superhero battle.
Execution into the site. We've got Magix playing Pillar.
Oh.
2 clean ones from Magix, who, to be honest, has kind of been getting outrated by everybody. There have been very negative maps for Magix across this series. Doesn't matter this time. He gets 2. Shiro with the triple kill. No bump. Plant Falcons, get out of here.
Yeah, and what strengthens the Anubis, this site of Anubis for Spirit is the fact that it's very hard to find aggressive options on the CT side, and that's the thing that most sort of Tier 1 pros are struggling with and trying to be very innovative to find a solution for. But because Donk is always willing to peek choke points, it actually makes up for the utility problem of that side of the map. You don't have to keep main smoke the entire time. Donk is willing to check on the fight over and over again, and that's what really opens up the map, honestly. So it's the best way to play if your player's on point, and Donk is so consistently on point that he can continuously do this. But if you're going to have Magix also having a fantastic day, and in this round we have Donk getting no kills and him getting 2, then that only raises the fear.
Zontic's playing the counter flash. Smoke soon to expire. So he'll crawl it back alongside Shiro on the A1S.
They're a little low on impact grenades. We've got Zontix with 1 HE. This could actually be pivotal as they come forward.
9's at a good spot. Some damage. Oof, Shiro dead to the MAC-10. Okay, snappy.
Yeah, that definitely was a bit of a mistake, the way they let that happen, because it looked like they weren't going to block. They didn't have a smoke to use, and they wanted to let in the ecoing players, or the forcing players, but they only had 2 there. They had the guy with the HE grenade fight into the choke point instead of having that nade on Shiro, and now they're in a 3v5. I don't know if this is a possible retake, because we're talking about armored opponents.
Sunpius gets his hands onto the best weapon. An M4 that Shiro didn't even have a chance to fire. He just tried to stay alive at one point, right? Looked to cut the loss of Zontix up close on the entrance, and nothing offered over. So Zontix in the pregame said, we still make some mistakes. It's not the best Counter-Strike that we're playing or have played. And this is an early success for Falcons with a simple A hit.
Actually, just thinking about that, I just realized why. It's because they didn't get a bomb plant. They forced on this round. So I think that Spirit were super confident they were going to Glock entry. And so they came through. They actually all had armor. And you see how brazen that MP9 is flying in front of it and only doing like 50 damage on a couple of players because they said they're definitely saving. So a small mistake on the read and a really strong call from Falcons. Here, Snappy says, trust me, let's go A.
Well, it's the right call, and it's the right way to get him started now, sitting 3-1. The double Mac 10 entry. Maybe a different story if Shiro's able to survive it, but they got wind of him right before the smoke pop, tracked him down. And an upheaval of the momentum that Spirit were hoping to hang on with. We had a dastardly 2 versus 5 yesterday from Magisk and Dupree versus virtus.pro that I think really showed
That was game winning.
the level of focus and kind of, you know, the little amount of mistakes that Falcons were making particularly. It wasn't some stardom that took over the server for Falcons' most recent win. It was just what you would hope from a lineup with this much experience and this much pressure to now perform.
Yeah, I mean, what did Snappy yell after that? 9 majors when Magisk and Dupree won that 2v5. So there is a ton of experience. So yeah, it's not that they just don't have that like superstar level of even Shiro. Honestly, Zone even better than Shiro on this roster. But they do have a very high average level. I
think we see that in the pregame graphics where we have to find someone to do a head-to-head with Donk, and the best selection was Madden.
Yeah.
You know, no offense to Madden.
Madden's having a great. It's just his team, honestly, are well behind.
Yeah. This is a Falcons project that ended up without a star. But stars aren't the only way to win CS. Once more, Zontix will slide forward on the A site. Once more, Falcons will sit outside of it with numbers and wait. And there's no pressure out middle. Snappy actually in a very comfortable position within window. And that gap in mid last round as well kind of kept Shiro's head on a swivel. This time there's actually somebody occupying the space. And we'll see if Snappy comes down into sight to try and get the split going. CTs rotate one over as Zontix dies empty-handed again. Front-facing MP9, not enough. And Snappy bests the rotate in Donk. So we have Magix and Shiro 2 versus 3. A late rotate around from middle catches Snappy off guard. Didn't think he'd get flanked. But that's just a FOMIS for Shiro and a question as to whether they really want to try to force this commitment into sight. You know now Falcons have the better weapons, the deep positioning. But with Magix being locked into heaven since the start of all this, they're going to try their hand, and it's not boding too well. Magix now becomes the hunted, and the T's, as they'll look to walk away, take his weapon out. A second for Falcons as they swipe all the money away.
And they save with 3 alive, all having good guns. It's a really, really good start. Bounce back off that force up, and another round where they enter into the same site versus the same MP9 and end in the same way with a win. Zontix was somebody who I think I was particularly critical of when it came to the major, and it seemed like his, you know, I mean, he's so young, right? So criticizing his mentality sort of feels like a cheap shot, but at the same time, it's so important because now he's a championship winning roster. But he's an amazing player who was really nervous, and I think the question for him is if he can get his mentality right. I mean, his limit is incredibly high as well. Oh, okay, nice spray down, Magisk.
Clean 4K that Sunpius wants to clean up and will. So Magisk, good burst. Pretty consistent in this outer A setup. Falcons, understandable why Spirit tries to take the Glocks at them. Yeah. Or USPs, but not meant for much. And so long gone is the momentum of that 3K Shiro Beretta rotation of the pistol. Team Spirit can chalk it up to the hiccup and the misread of round 2. Use this next buy to get through. But heavy limitation in some of the players' utility. At a pretty quick pace from Falcons, targeting this B site for the first time since the pistol. And yeah, the pace of it, finding Donk off guard. Luckily for him, he's got Chopper. But Chopper now finds himself alone. Frag grenade's not going to do all too much. And he's hanging on. Back turn, great cover from Dupree. Sunpius could have been dead. Lo and behold, folks,
wow,
Donk just got outpaced.
Yeah, that was, he got caught off guard on a big timing there. Not covered, 0 and 4 now. And the site gets taken over. This is an amazing start here for Falcons. I mean, they did such a good job of scaling after their kill, too. It could have been a situation where they took too long, and then the rest of the players on Spirit got organized, but they jumped on that opportunity, and were all ready to do it in an organized way.
Just dupree's cover, too, making sure Sunpius doesn't get swept out.
Yeah. I think they can still sort of mentally write that one off just because you can say, okay, well, next time I won't get caught off by the MAC-10 rushing into dark. But now it's Falcons with a 4-1 lead where CT rounds, you know, they're hard to come by on Anubis. You really want them. And I think historically, the only time Spirit really struggled is when they don't have the great starts. And they actually did start off with a pistol, so Falcons taking that away from them really caused some momentum in their favor. They just had no idea anyone could be that close.
Great pounce from dupree as well, right? The franticness caused by that MAC-10 charging up. Snappy does a bunch of damage, but more importantly, turns all the defenders' heads.
This will be the test for Chopper to bring some ingenuity to a round where Shiro has an op, but you know, he's not going to go out in front unless instructed to do so, and Zontix also has a rifle. So they have the objective to definitely make this expensive. We've got Madden with a full buy and $10,000 left over. Falcons have had great anti-ecos as well as rifles. Oh, they have enough to buy down. So we only be Chopper on an MP9. That's actually just fine for them. So another chance. Let's see if Donk gets mad.
Shiro moves that op down too, right?
Oh.
Counter pick is there.
Oh my god.
Okay.
They even put any pressure on the steps?
None. No nade out from the windows.
And Donk will pick up the op. This is not something that you see every day.
Picks it up and gets stuck in sight. Dark already compromised.
No, I so badly want to see it a round where he ops.
Sure. Popping it open. Ooh, Magisk. Nice reaction. As Zontix gets the first damage in, he then gets snapped on. This is going to cause some rumblings on Team Spirit's opposite side of the map. We get the op rotating away.
Is this good or bad information? Chopper doesn't see anything, but there's somebody in an outpost pretty close by. So it'll end up being going towards the A site. And if they do, then this means that dupreeh maybe needed to put a little bit more pressure. But we'll see how far Chopper gets.
Could unsuspectingly walk into it, but he decides to go back towards site.
Oh, maybe a B split through mid. That actually could be the correct call here. It looks like Falcons are about to discover it.
Yeah, they'll also have Dark in their back pocket, so this is supposed to be smooth sailing, but Chopper finds a well-timed frag towards long, can't manage to get himself a second, can't manage to stay alive, which would have bought the time for Spirit to rotate over. Sure, Falcons hesitate, but even that hesitation is not enough to welcome Team Spirit to gamble what's left of this round.
We won't see Dong take an op shot. That is so sad. I know he's not thinking about it.
The world is an unjust place.
Yeah. Sure, I was going to ask for that back. Give me that back. But the trade there for Madden is amazing because, like, it's a 3v3 if he doesn't get it, and yeah, time can be bought, and Chopper could actually push out of A main and or B main and hold that area to allow for his team to have a chance at the retake. But that's the thing, it's actually been so crispy here from Falcons. There hasn't been an opportunity to go for an unfair retake.
I wish I had access to the numbers right now so that I could tell everybody how long has Donk gone in a game of Counter-Strike with 0 kills on the board.
I think this is up there, actually. This
Must
is
be,
actually
right?
up there, yeah, because most of Spirit's games, they're winning. They have such a high win rate on pistols, and Donk has so many fast starts. Wasn't just Katowice and the Major and everything. Yeah, this is definitely going to be up there already, I think.
Round 7 and still without one. Talk about the limited buy with Chopper on an MP9 last round. Well, now we've got 3 SMGs in the middle here for Team Spirit. Some extra cash kept for Shiro as he gets the op back. Seen Spirit pry for information on long A. We've seen the op pick down dark go south just last round. So Chopper's gonna have to keep this game flowing and the decision's fluid. But if this smoke gets popped, you'd think Zontix is in a prime place to die here. Nades go beyond the smoke. Spam still connects, but he is standing. For however much longer is the question. Aggression out from the other side. Wonderful hold from Dupree. Sits Chopper on his ass and denies Donk a kill. No trade from Donk.
All right, that's one I want to watch back from Donk's POV. He has a good gun in that spot. The refrag he doesn't get.
Shiro's got one too, though. Power in the pocket. A threat from middle, though, coming down from camera. Now Shiro's compromised. Unsure of which way to look. Falcons seeming certain of which way to go. Back to the other site into only Magix. Playing on pillar. They're coming for him. He catches the back player turn, but it's not enough. And these SMGs, regardless of whose hands they're in, have not been able to stop anything. Zontix A main, Magix in sight. Barring Chopper's 1 kill last round, these lesser weapons aren't getting the better of Falcons. Team Spirit are simply not getting the better of Falcons.
No, not at all. Yeah, and now there are no excuses. You know, there's 2 players here, Donk and Zontix, on opposite sides of the map, have yet to get a kill. And their trades have been so important. And I mean, Donk, it's one thing when he doesn't get an entry or 2K entry. When he doesn't get a refrag, that's a worrying sign. That's when it's really like, okay, what's going on? But that's also to say that the Falcons players, their aim has looked great today. And Dupree looks as good as he did yesterday.
That was with an M4.
Yeah, yeah, that's just an incredibly rare sight. But seeing, you know, Ho-Oh.
Yeah, but like depressingly, it's like finding like Ho-Oh's fossils. You know?
Yeah.
It's nothing majestic about this one. It's just kind of sad.
Wow.
For now. Because we've been conditioned to believe that this can't happen all map long.
Yeah.
There was a certainty in Donk's performances that this is such an anomaly. You know, an off day for Donk is just breaking even as his team still wins a map. 0 kills, 7 rounds down.
And for Falcons to be able to be the team to do that, to give Spirit a bad day, to give Donk a bad day, the amount of confidence that they'll be able to win off of that, even if they are only able to take Anubis, for example. That would already be incredible for them. Donk down low. Chopper, the sort of, I was going to say carry of the team so far, has a lot of ADR. He's out of the round. Some of the aggression. It looked like Chopper was going for a timing push. Got called out.
Zontix also looking for his first of the map. And it could be Snappy who's primed here alone on doors. AWP to support Zontix, who has crossed around, uncovered, catching him with the nade.
That's
so
a nice move.
There's Zontix's first frag. We get all of the Falcons now grouping themselves outside of the B site, and they won't have that snappy mid control to kind of hinge off of.
Here's the one, if they die through a smoke or lose one of these 2 players, then another round gets lost.
Magic's also opping. Double op setup with a full-blown execute coming into the bomb site. This could just completely nullify Magic's. You'd think he's going to have to set up Donk by trying to take a peek on long, but Donk goes down empty-handed again. And then Magix is hoping to recover. One connects, teammate rotates in, and with Magix holding the double op, it looks like Spirit have put an end to this dry spell. Sunpius turned away at 15 seconds, but that is a site that's not held by Donk. It's Magix who recovers the slack.
They shouldn't even look for this frag, honestly. They need the F3 alive. They need money if they want to make any kind of CT side. And yes, this one comes down to Magix. Another fantastic trade from Falcons to take out Donk. He's 0-6. We're down into, like, you know, a handful of games that's happened in the last 6 months. If that's, I don't even know if it's ever happened. I'm not going to lie. 0-6. And not just we had no money the entire time, nothing like that. He's had an M4 a couple of rounds, didn't get a kill on a pistol, which he's normally very good on as well. Been set up with the M4s, the dualies.
Well done from Magix. Lowest rated player for Spirit with some actually rough maps despite wins. In the absence of their star.
Seen a few weird things, you know. Shiro walking in the dark with his op late. No pressure on the stairs, no double nade, no flash for him to swing out, getting killed. And finally, they stop the first death on A main, but what a refrag
nice.
out of Snappy.
Good deep nade, Magix. That op still riling up Spirit's B defense. And Donk will slip forward off this, hoping for an extra bit of contact, but with nobody to kill, at least he's got total control of Long. And as we get Falcons rotating back into B, it's this pressure out from Dark that's going to have to go perfectly.
But you see that Magix is using this angle on the right side of default. That's opened up to him because of Donk's push. So this is very scary for Falcons, a strong place to play from.
Sunpius, once the smoke fades, could perhaps counterpick him.
Oh, he's going to let that go. They're going to walk through, but Donk comes back.
Boom, there it is. Number 1. 8 rounds with no kills out of Donk. Finally posts his first. The dry spell's over, as it was with Zontix on the other half of the map, which led them into that previous round win. It is better late than never.
Yes, and this is the other players on the team buying them time to get back into it. 2 players left alive here on the A site, ready. Chopper in front with a weaker gun, but the perfect defense here. A rook on the file, a shot in for Sunpius, and an instant trade from Chopper to deny anything more from being lost. And so not just a 1 round, but also a round 1 with many players alive.
Yep, the type of round wins with enough runway to turn this half around. Could still finish this with 6. Losing that long kill and still trying to get out from Dark.
This is also a brave call from the perspective that they get the extra op. I don't know if they stole one of them. Maybe they did and bought one. But even keeping it means they sort of they'll have a hard time on retakes, but they have a better chance of scrimmier plays losing. So if it's Falcons that want to swing on A main and swing on B main like they have been doing, you want to have ops in those spots. They're going to go low utility and try to outfrag your riflers. But then they say, okay, Donk's not in the game yet. Let's try to have this op on Magix. There's so much emphasis on Magix. If he doesn't hit his shots, it's literally over, right? So it's a good call for them to make this adjustment. It's just an expensive one, but now it's paid off. Starting to yield interest.
Shortcomings for Falcons for the first time. Oh, never mind. Madden just late to grab it.
Once again.
Gonna try to test this Magix op. He lands the shot on Snappy, who's still running in, and it's Chopper to post a multi-frag. Dark's occupied by Donk, so Snappy will not find refuge as he sprinted across the site in hopes of staying alive. And Falcons trying to keep it simple with the all-in B from Long.
Yeah, another prescient call
not gonna happen
from Chopper to have 3 in the site.
Yep.
Support the rifler. It's a little flimsy when you just have the op and the op gets flashed and it comes down to 1 guy. So, but it's not like Snappy makes a bad call. You don't really know. It's a gamble. Start of the round. No information. Who's going to stack where? That's just a flash. Madden surviving it all. While his teammate, Sunpius, is over in Spain.
"40-second siesta for him to keep hanging on to it.
Yeah, it's a bit tenuous. They might start to like look for player saving, but this is a pretty good spot to be in. Oh, actually, Donk right around the corner. 3, 2, 1, and he's dead. But 4 alive is more than enough. 10 rounds deep, 4 rounds up for Spirit.
And notably, these 2 back-to-back off the double op setup.
But no one can take away the 6 rounds that Falcons have won so far, showing a good game plan, showing good refrags, showing good individual level for once.
And much like their last success, that coming off of the back of everybody's contributions. Snappy has been hyper-aggressive with that MAC-10, creating space, causing ruckus, and getting Spirit off kilter because of it. Dupree has been very hot on jumping into those opportunities with no fear, and we'll see if that has to come from Sunpius this time. Down into the rivers. Dangerous game to play with Donk inside the dark room, but
he's also looking for something tricky here. Sunpius didn't take a shot on that smoke. Doesn't want to reveal where he is on the map yet.
That was a feisty Sunpius this round. Yet to pull the trigger. Utility pressure and Dark's gonna have Donk have to forfeit some. We'll see if Falcons think maybe pouncing the A site yet again and just getting the wool over Shiro's eyes would be better than trying to take it back at Magic's. There has been this 3-player setup from Spirit inside B. It's in position again.
Look at the low information on middle. They're just spotting it from camera.
Much like the start of the half for Spirit, this mid gap has been open wide.
But the Falcons are not lurking into it, so it's actually good. For Spirit CT side right now. Late nades coming down spells disaster for Falcons. They want to get through this. Bad flash, easy shot for Shiro.
And not too concerned about one player attempting to run in. Donk gonna stay on high alert, but Sunpius is coming at him. Off of the nade usage, Donk tries to turn back, and Sunpius pins him against the wall. Now it falls to Magic's yet once more. Dupree comes through dry, Sunpius hits another shot, but Magic's king of the op at the moment won't be able to clip that third. Into the platform they push, where Zontix is able to come out at Temple, and we have Team Spirit seemingly holding off. Madden wants a piece. Those clutches, something he's offered as of late, but not this time. Spirit reclaiming this half.
Yeah, Magic's the star of the half here for Spirit, 100%. I mean, his B defenses are making up for everything Donk doesn't have today, and it's actually been more than enough too. It's not just a kill and his teammate rotates in. The way that he stays alive on the pillar is the whole difference, right? That extra 3 seconds means the rotation comes in and gets a free refrag while they're still shooting him down. So not only his shots, but his movements allowed for this to happen.
And critically of Team Falcon's approach there, we see 2 players on both ends of the map both die to a bad flash. Magisk didn't get any support on Shiro's pillar position, and the same thing happens with Dupree trying to enter in from B main.
Yes, and you know, you are going to get desperate because some of these rounds have been very low telegraph plays to try to get somebody off guard. And of course, you want to do what works. But at the same time, if you don't get that good flash, even when you have to move fast, then you are going to end up paying for it eventually versus a team like Spirit. I don't know what's scarier, that Spirit are losing or that they staged a comeback without Donk.
I think the latter, as far as Falcons are concerned. One final attempt to break through. Good heaven smoke to block off, but they didn't clear deep. And from Fishtail, Zontix connects with a double kill. Dupree's trade solid. He will falter as the late attempt in from Falcons will be able to trade. Madden's inside of the bomb site looking for the 1v3. Back-to-back clutch attempts, but a daunting task. He's going to take the camera swing, and Donk's going to take his head off. There it is, folks. 5 rounds in a row to recover a half. We may have just witnessed the worst start to a map of Counter-Strike that Donk has ever posted.
Yeah, and Spirit in general, like, don't normally fare well in the few times that it's happened with slow starts, especially after getting eco'd on the pistol. So some really good rounds in there from Falcons, but they were looking more at like a 9-3 half, you know, by the time they got to their 6 rounds. So very, very also good composure here from Spirit. And that's one angle where I think, you know, if this ends up being a MOUZ Spirit grand finals, that MOUZ are much more resilient and have had to go through much more in the comeback department than a team like Spirit, who normally just start hot, end hot, crush their opponents, no matter how good they are. So when I look at this team, I think the only problems are mental at this point. I think they have almost everything figured out. Now, the question is what happens now, because this is actually like a very good half from Spirit if we were to sort of take the nameplates away and say who's favored after 6 rounds on each side. Spirit get to start off on T side, which I'm sure they're going to be very excited for.
Yeah, and then add in that 5 rounds straight of momentum as well. Little unquantifiable X factor. Donk will find Madden, but it's not empty-handed. Nice shot from Madden considering how little amount of time he had to make that USP connect.
But they're seeing him tread through the water. They shut down a push. They're actually, Donk's already going forward into dark, not seeing anything. B site is here. They're going to grab this bomb and pendulum around.
Bomb is oddly, though, at the top of stairs, and I don't see a clear route back to it. If the bridge players are able to grab Chopper, there's going to be a recovery mission underway.
Oh,
Wide
no
swing
armor.
comes through, and he's down. So as they retreat back,
Yep.
this is a weird round still. All it's going to take is another duel loss from anybody on Team Spirit. Donk's trying to lock in with one, but so concerned about everybody else coming to get him, he just can't land this shot on the flank.
Yeah, this is weird because they've actually taken both sites at the cost of material, and they've got Donk in a position where he wants to frag out of here. So many shots coming in. It's, you know, Sun Pius, who has got so much chip damage off. Donk stays alive. The longer this round goes on, it's better for the T side.
But now they can at least pinch this player stuck in Canal.
Yeah. Oh,
Sun Pius, good move.
Oh.
Seems to understand that he is locked in between two beasts. They'll put it to rest, but Spirit gave a chance there for the Falcons to upheaval.
They did, and it's because Zontix decided to walk into the site. Well, Donk had already walked into the other side of the map, so what he was supposed to do is go get the bomb. And
Failing from success.
Yeah.
Both bomb sites, but no bomb.
well, yeah, you spread too thin, your limbs are too far away from your body, you lose strength, right? So it's a situation where I think Chopper needed to say, here's what needs to happen now. We've already taken the hard part of the map. Donk got the refrag entry on dark. This should be quite a simple decision.
Collection of SMGs that could definitely do some damage if they get a hit on sight, but no way you're going to contend with Donk and Dark. Get 2 players stacked up A main. This would be the weak point. This would be one of the MAC-10s. Zontix about to peek into 2 players ready for this, and he at least gets Magix up close. It's a situation that could have just been Zontix dead.
But it's like, yeah, why did he just walk in by himself? That's would be such a simple idea to try to flash in that position.
Magic's trying to find timing, and he will do exactly that. Dupree on a silver platter. Madden stuck behind Obelisk, and Spirit knocking on the door of this B site with the 2-2 split. Good timing on the MP9 peak. Looking for a follow-up, but Magix has cover from jail. Sends a stream of bullets through, and that hailstorm puts man advantage forward for Spirit. Smoke as well to make the rotates in all the more difficult. And that is Falcons to concede. So, you know, maybe leaving a little to be desired in some of the decision-making still, as Team Spirit do still mount a comeback, but one that could certainly be cleaner.
Because they could have had a 2-player setup where one's anti-flash, but if you throw a pop flash into an anti-flash setup, it's still better than peeking into 2 players. You have a chance that they both are blind if they're not, and if in the other case, you're probably going to get one and get traded.
And run the risk of just getting neither.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and it's especially like anti-eco type of thing. And of course, in this situation, they would have both been eating that flash up.
valiant effort from Madden, but Magix just zones him. And with that kill, the hopes of Falcons, MP9 Force falter.
I guess they heard the smoke behind them too, though.
Yeah. Glock on Chopper.
It's literally just a Glock.
Just a Glock.
Every nade, head armor, Glock. Scary world out there. Good luck.
Dropping his belt of util in middle. That third player from Falcons who was stacked inside of A comes back towards mid because of the audio. Remember that duel's just the Glock. Donk, no double kill as Madden's 5-7 swings out, gets his hands on an AK. Now suddenly that B site's got a threat within it. Shiro holds off on the fast bridge drop, and Zontix doing his own thing on A again to keep the numbers thin for Falcons. Beauty of a dig to the shoulder. An easy pushover was Zontix. And with smoke to deny Madden an ability to see the cross, he would have to gamble with the spray or get frisky and push right through this.
Yeah, it's quite a deep spot. I think it's still full on the, yeah, it's still full on his side. So it was offhanded, but perfectly.
Shiro's just holding it from the plat, and this may just be an invitation to go save that AK-47, forfeiting a 9th round for Team Spirit, and notably, 8 of them in a row.
That first half had me curious about what, you know, Nuke could offer, because again, they've shown some good game plans, at least between yesterday and it looks like now. But they might need to be able to pick up Anubis.
And for a little while there, it felt like they could.
Yeah. Now it's just hard no matter who you are. Just the CT side, obviously, very difficult. But no reason not to keep hope alive. Just a 3-round game and a full bye coming up.
Falcons opting to go lighter on A site out of the start of the spawn. We saw how fast they dropped into water last round too, so with bridge control, trying to nip at the heels of Spirit when they make their moves. But a chain of smoke grenades will just cool off the start of the round. Snappy's going to try to play behind this. Him versus Chopper is an interesting fight. And they are both not shying away from using that util and reminding their opponents of their presence. Ooh, Donk opens up. Somebody goes peeking into dark, and it costs them.
Yeah, one tag on Madden too, so that's a little info.
Dupree tries to get it rolling with Falcons. They don't seem content to sit in their sights. Donk wins his second duel, and that is him single-handedly dismantling this B site where there are no other defenders. Snappy again tries to get active here, trying to follow forward with Team Spirit's dark push as they tried last round, but again, the site falls before they can do anything about it, and Falcons have to just lick their wounds.
Yeah.
This is double digits from Spirit, undeniably.
And Donk's still not looking really crispy today, but it did get both frags at the end, so it was definitely Madden to stuff him a couple of times earlier on in this game. There will be no retake attempt. It'll be a wait to fight against double digits now, as Falcons lead feels like it was so long ago.
Oh. Donk has not had a negative kill-death spread on LAN since the defeat of MOUZ at the Copenhagen RMR.
Okay, did you like beeline right for that matchup just to check? Because that's one of their only losses, yeah.
Yep.
So what was his score on each map? Maybe was there
13 and 18 on Vertigo, 14 and 18 on Mirage. There's also an anomaly in a Vertigo game versus Metasport, but that was online.
And it's Nilo, baby.
Yeah.
Nilo.
Swedish Donk, they say.
Yeah, right.
So certainly recovering some of the scoreline with that double dark entry last round. But we cannot kid ourselves and sit here and say he is the star of the show today. Not yet. We saw Falcons try to make the last move in the previous round by putting dupreeh on the peak in dark. Now Sun Pius boosted just temporarily.
Looks like they're already nervous about getting spammed. And, I mean, yeah, Chopper still holding for any kind of flank so they can take their time with this, really work it with proper utility. HE's coming out. Oh!
Tough spot.
Those will hurt. Not enough, though.
Down to a fifth of his HP. Sun Pius, missed shot. That should spell disaster for Magisk. Sure enough, Shiro finds Sun Pius as he's back sight with a headshot on the op. Man advantage, A-site crumbles, and the camera pressure won't hold anybody back. Donk just hungry for something. And as the op stays trained on his peak, doesn't matter at all. Madden not fast enough on the trigger to stop the Donk, who is about to reclaim, at the very least, an even score. Team Spirit.
That was the first Donk-like moment of the day. We'll say that. That's him swinging an op when he absolutely doesn't need to and still winning. So
it feels like he's getting his legs back beneath him. And
it is important that you know, a player like that just kind of keeps trying to get back to a form from a better day and believing that they can still win duels versus everyone. They kind of have to protect his confidence at all costs, because we know with playstyles like he has, they're very fickle. You know, you have players like Kinder and players who achieve too much or achieve too much individually in the past. They just, well, you know, the brighter the flame.
Oh, Magisk tried throwing a grenade while behind the pillar.
Oh.
And then when the grenade comes out of the smoke,
why
they
shot
spray him.
Yeah.
He just throws a nade at their feet.
Not a great idea right there. Yeah, that's for sure. Thought he got away with it, right?
Right.
So tricky right there. In the smoke, behind the pillar. They threw 3 nades at him. He didn't die.
They'll never notice.
Yeah.
Underhands a frag. Maybe he assumed with 20 health he would lose any duel, but it's literally what gives away his position. I don't know, maybe they saw him when the smokes also got popped. Maybe they saw a glimpse, I'm not sure, but
that kind of explains it, I think. When I was looking at it too, I was like, they just spammed him. Chopper's like, God damn it, one game where I was about to out-frag Donk.
I think you'll be relieved that the kid's back online. Faster one. By the looks of things, we get Donk on the hard entry, but he gets shut down.
Yeah.
dupreeh's had his number a couple of times, and Magic's done for. Not able to do much as he's burning on the pillar. So Team Spirit maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves with a more aggressive stance, thinking maybe this momentum could just boil over to a 12th round win. dupreeh's got other ideas.
Yeah, that's really nice from dupreeh. Like, just found the perfect position to just get the clip off before he starts scaling too fast. You could definitely see a lot of Tier 1 teams trying to adjust to basically just his entry pathing, because he was always taking first kills and just being like, okay, well, here's his bag of tricks when it comes to like T entries on Mirage or T entries on Anubis. Let's just find the gap where he's looking at something and not covering something else. Because as an entry, there's always an angle you're exposed to. Oh, wait a second. This round is still live, actually. 40 seconds and they lose their Dark player. This is all of their defense in the front side of the site.
Shiro's got the bomb, though, so they confirmed it on Canal.
They also have a split going on. And Shiro's got 1 flash in 30 seconds.
Chopper trying to get in. We get this pretty fast Canal flank.
This lets Shiro get out. The fact that Sun Pius threw this nade.
Oh, but he's getting flanked. He turns around to check it. Collateral!
What?
Shiro!
They can actually make it.
Reopens A. He's got the bomb. He's gone.
Chase him. They got to chase him into dark.
Oh.
They miss the timing. They think he's going to op it. He can actually get a plant off. Shiro looking for an ace on this round.
Yes, sir. 2 bullets deep, 3 kills to his name, and a bomb plant safe behind Cake. It's a jump over top. Oh, he gets jumped on. Sun Pius wastes no time, because for a second, Shiro sends a shiver down their spines.
Yes, that's scary. Man, just like a deep breath. Oh, if they had lost that, that would have been complete tragedy, man.
The collateral to reopen the A rotations, insanity.
Yeah, I think Chopper did have to fight there, because if he didn't, they probably would have been able to have a timing to catch him. But if Chopper had gotten away or gotten his kill, the round's literally pretty much over. But a great round from Dupree. Falcons playing with house money somewhat, having to get Anubis this close. But they're in the thick of it now. Spirit touching on match point. That actually was quite expensive to lose that collateral. Slower crawl this time towards B. Oh.
Snap. But
they're going for it too.
Madden's in a position to recover. Oh, Chopper, great read, but there's another. Same spot, Dupree in the same corner. Not able to post a double kill. Now suddenly, with an explosive entry, Magisk attempting to keep them honest inside of the bomb site. It's a 2v4 between Magisk and Snappy. Went side by side with Dupree yesterday. Magisk pulled off the 2v5, but
those nades.
This one feels like a bit too much to ask for.
Oh, those nades got Shiro down to 10 health.
Oof, and Donk decides he's not going to let them think about even following through. Shiro, the Immortal, hanging on and closing it out as well. Sticks around to give Donk that support just in case.
Yeah.
12th round guaranteed, and Spirit, long gone are the thoughts of their 1-6 hiccup at the very start of this match.
Right. Which is a different level of impressive, and again, not something that you see Spirit have to do in most of their games. What a shame that you look at the scoreline and you think, like, Falcons had no chance to win. It's like a 5-round gap, but when you watch the first half, you'd say, well, they actually really did have Spirit on the back foot. Lots of, important kills, good calls, great trades. But that's literally it. No CT side to speak of so far.
What a testament, though, to Shiro's importance on this team. We talked about how he doesn't have to get into the action all of the time, but we get this anomaly of a Donk underperformance, and Shiro goes world class. Long enough for Donk to then start to get into the action. Multiple rounds on this T side. He's done what he does best. He is going to end this map positively in a KD spread if they just finish off what's remaining here. The 3 players of Dupree, Madden, and Sunpius all split up a portion of the map apiece. And a Spirit that took an uppercut to the chin, stood back up, dust themselves off, and still walk away with a whooping over Falcons. Reaching for that M4, but Spirit, I think, doing a good job of covering their tracks. And even at this point, Falcons, 45 seconds left guessing where the hell this commitment's coming in from. Zontic's doing a good job of always just ruffling feathers on the other half of the map. It's going to keep Sunpius committed. Seems as though they've left, but Zontic's still tucked into the side. Sunpius could fall victim to this. Oh, no, mistake. Zontix goes running away, back turned, and maybe Dupree can go God mode.
Let's get eyes on Donk, man.
Sunpius clips Chopper. That's great. He's taken 2 players down off of the flank. Shiro will find Madden. Dupree has still gone unnoticed. He slides out, bests Magics, but now Shiro with the op in hand, and Donk from Dark gets what he needs. Another one over Dupree. Sunpius' 2 kills from the flank made this feel winnable. But success on all fronts elsewhere from Team Spirit. Still possible. Sunpius pulls off the 46 HP 1v2. Shiro, though, he's got that scope up on the cross. It's a gap on the pillar, not ideal for Sunpius, and he will not get past that scope. Shiro with an excellent showing as to his consistency and the pillar that he is for Team Spirit when they do indeed, every once in a while, need to lean on him.
Yeah, that's the best rifler in the game right now with the best safety net possible on this roster. And that's why it's so hard to bet against them, because you can bet against a very confidence-based, rifling playstyle not working out every once in a while. But then if you have also a player in Opera who's been top 5 in the world and a IGL who's been waiting for the opportunity to call with talent that are this good, then they just have so many ways to avoid losing anyways. And they bought enough time for Donk to get warmed up, to get good into a good position. it's still, I don't know if it's worrying. We'll see if, what we see of this next map or something like that. If, Donk has 2 bad starts in a row or something. But we're really just grasping for straws, looking for any way to find a chink in the armor with Donk, because he is just so normally unbelievably consistent that even this slight KD, a slightly positive KD is already sort of like a worrying sign, which is a crazy thing to say.
Me personally, I'm willing to give it back to him that on map 2 and 3, he'll be the force that he usually is. Considering how slow of a start he had, maybe, again, haven't double-checked all the numbers, but could have been the slowest start of his career, and still ends up finding his impact later on the T side. I think once he's allowed to just kind of go on those entry paths and do what he does best, he left piles of bodies in his warpath. Had a good head-to-head over Dupree, who I will say props to Dupree, got the better of him at times in some pretty critical rounds. Ultimately, though, it was just Shiro who kind of kept the scale tilted towards Team Spirit's favor.
Definitely. Long
enough for everything to come into place. And that streak of rounds for the comeback too, right?
And the Magic's, rounds in the beginning where he picked up the second op. Yep. That was a huge reason they even had the confidence to get back into the game. Like
these ones.
Yeah, this was, these are such big rounds that he pulled out as a guy who only ops in his spare time.
Not bad for a part-time job. Pays well today. Team Falcons, that 6-1 start will be unfortunately branded in the back of their minds, thinking what if, what could have been, and still what may be, right? We are shifting over towards their map pick of Vertigo, where in the past, throughout 2024, some pundits have questions when it comes to Team Spirit.
100%. I think that the thing is, this environment is not one where I think you'd have any normal concerns, and if something did go wrong in an environment like this, well then there would be serious questions to ask about their mentality and how composed they are and how ready they are to have all the expectations on them. But well, that day hasn't beckoned upon us yet. It's still just, a slightly bad start, essentially.
Yep.
Is what we got to see.
Donk recovers his score, Team Spirit recover the map, and they just stay a step ahead of what has been a decent-looking Falcons, an improved, undeniably Falcons. Even with this map loss, I'm almost willing to extend to them an olive branch and give them props for coming out swinging and getting that early momentum shift after losing Pistol of all things.
Yeah.
But unfortunately...
I wonder if they would find that patronizing, the fact that they...
Sure.
Well, I mean, the fact is they didn't even have a CT side, so, like, yeah, it was... The first half was, like, where all the magic happened, but, like, would they, hear this and go, yeah, but how come you don't expect us to be better on CT side as well? Because they didn't show us anything except for, like, one rifle round, so there is that, too.
Yeah, unfortunate that they're not able to hang on to that early momentum. It's not every day you get such a strong start versus the likes of Spirit. It's not every day you're going to get a slow start from Donk. So the inability to keep them down when you had them pinned is obviously going to weigh on them heavily. Hitting them heavily was Shiro all map long.
Yeah, I don't know. This is what you expect. Again, he is sort of like... He's essentially now the floor of the team. It's like the 2 kills in each round in the back when Donk doesn't get his 2 opening kills that he guarantees, and he should also get clutches, but gets close to them in this game. And yeah, I mean, he was the exact player that you expect. Shiro is the most consistent opper in his role.
Shout out Donk's recovery, ends up ending still with the most ADR on the team.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yeah, dude.
Did he have the second most kills, too?
Yes, sir.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
And that's actually kind of annoying. That doesn't tell the whole story.
No.
You had to be there, folks.
Yep.
You had to be there.
That's it. We almost witnessed, or do we just gaslight ourselves? Maybe that never actually happened. A slow start from Donk and Spirit seems unbelievable. This was supposed to be, in my mind, and I'd assume the minds of many, a little blowout for Spirit on their road to the back-to-back grand finals. And maybe Vertigo is where Falcons can show us something even better. Time will tell. We'll see you there, and we'll see whether Spirit can put this one away quick. Still, with a 2.53 T-side rating, Donk ends the first map as the second highest rated player beyond Shiro. A 0.53 in the first half, however, so safe to say his CT side endeavor wasn't what we'd hoped for, but put him on a...
Does that balance out his rate? Like, what was his rating then on the first map?
1.3 something.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That's so unfair because... because he actually got mopped in that first half.
Yes, sir.
That's
and
unreal. That
if you weren't here to witness it, you're going to tell your friends about, I don't know, man, I don't think Donk's always got it.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull up this game and reference it and be like, what are you talking about?
1.37, bro. Like, stop hating on Donk.
Dude, you're just such a hater.
Unfortunately, this is kind of what happens with Zaiwu a little bit, too.
Sure.
You have to watch the games, and then sometimes you see he does disappear in big moments, even though the stats still end up being really good. But that being said, the T side was like decent. It still wasn't like a takeover T side either. So
no.
he got the kills that he needed to get, but he didn't look super crisp. It was still the Shiro show.
I think one of the weird things was like his time to kill wasn't instant.
Yes.
Like even when he was getting 2K entries out dark into the B site, it's like, oh yeah, but he's only got 10 health left over.
Yeah.
Like he let Madam shoot him twice. So is that a bad day for Donk because he gets tagged down in a gun duel? I suppose so. Like from the eye test, it's one of the rougher endeavors, and yet still second highest rated player. And I think that all hinges on, you know, where I want to still lay the props for map 1. It's got to be Shiro. I mean, Shiro kept them in that cool and composed as ever, and still ends where he should have been at the very tippity top. But the consistency of Shiro allowed for Donk to turn that around half to half. You know, the duality of Donk, the duality of man. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes still good, but not as good.
Yeah, that's about as low as we can go, really. So now that we got Vertigo, at least, again, it might have been a situation where Falcons were playing with house money. They had a map that they didn't pick. Now they go into Vertigo, and I desperately want to see why in the hell they let it go to Nuke in the end.
Yeah.
So there's a world where we get that because they showed some strength on a map that they didn't pick, plus they get a map pick coming up and have a good day behind them. So maybe there's a world we get map 3. I think it's still something that, I don't know if you can really bet on that with this lineup on Falcons at the moment, because like even on Anubis, they didn't have a second half, so they didn't even have, technically they didn't have a way to win that game.
Right.
As good as the first half was.
Yeah, it was always going to fall apart.
Yeah.
Presumably.
Presumably, like, yeah, even if they had a bigger lead, like, would that mean that Spirit would just eventually still come back? So, it's been a very good tournament in terms of seeing some stories play out more. Virtus.pro should have done better. Falcons have done a little bit better than we expected. So some stories are changing live here at this event, which is always great. And then the two biggest ones with the most pressure are the stories of Team Spirit and the story of MOUZ, who will later today play against Heroic for a spot in the grand finals. It would be quite a massive upset, I think, if Heroic are able to get to the finals, because when you watch them play, I think they're doing a good job of implementing Dexter, and they're doing a good job of looking pretty good for being a new team, but that's like not enough to beat MOUZ right now. MOUZ have every tool in the cabinet, excellent map pool. They've literally just come off a championship at Pro League. They are very, very stacked in terms of talents. All the roles are perfect. So I think one day Kixan might be an IGL to try to aspire to the level of Shuhei, but he's about 2 years behind Shuhei in terms of development and getting the players he wants and learning about how to adopt different players and create a really strong system. He's on that journey right now, but he's still very early on into it.
Yeah, it's a healthy trajectory, no doubt, but nobody could take it away that, MOUZ are the favorites at this point, so consistently making their playoff runs untouchable, really, until the playoffs begin. And even here, where the technicality is playoffs without a massive crowd to make them nervous, this should still just be, again, MOUZ's wheelhouse. What's interesting is if we want to play make-believe for a second and think about MOUZ versus Spirit in a best-of-5, those are two teams that have an odd amount of best-of-5 experience for the age of the rosters.
True.
Right? Shiro and Co. back... Well, actually, it wasn't even Shiro then. But the, excuse me.
Chopper and Co.
Yeah, Chopper and Co. back at the BetBoom in Dubai. Obviously, the reverse sweep to end the year over top of Virtus.pro was a huge ask of them. And MOUZ have just completely swept away Vitality in a best-of-5 as well, 3-0 fashion. So two totally different results, but usually you have to wait a long time to play a BO5. Like Jame, for example, whose first BO5 was that very same Dubai event.
And he didn't win it.
No, sir.
Yeah, so it's true. This is 2 Pro League victories for MOUZ and Team Spirit, wiping the floor with FaZe at Katowice.
And great experience to get right now, I feel, because it seems like BO5s are brewing. We know next year the Blast circuit switches over to it for their finals.
Yeah.
And it feels like there's pressure for others to follow suit. But alas, into the pistol we go. It is a very quick attack from Falcons over the top of construction into B. They can have their bomb plant. Or no, they can't. Oh, bomb is dropped right here in front of Chopper. Turns out that second frag that comes through takes all the wind out of the Falcons' sail. How do you recover this?
Yeah,
with a minute 15.
3 people,
all 3 players on
one
B.
angle, and if he backs up right there into elevator, it's just so strong. You can't even approach it from heaven at the same time. So this is going to take some luck, honestly. I mean, you're going to have to have some great shoulder peaks. I think is what'll save the day here for Falcons, because they need to get some free clip offs.
Floating back in between, Donk decides to come and help mid. Chopper having a good pistol, but Dupree is left in the 1v1 against Donk. Jiggle, and denied. Donk, not a 0-kill start this time.
Yeah, not a 0-kill start this time. He didn't get a pistol kill on Anubis, but...
Falcons, you had your chance.
Yeah. He's been in the microwave now for about 40 minutes. He is ready to eat.
Critical kill right there from Chopper. Oddly, the player who's in the back with the bombs climbing up, not watching elevator, just hoping maybe they could run over fast enough, but...
Gotta take some kind of risk, I guess.
Yeah, bomb gets thrown to the dirt, and Team Spirit chuck Falcons down with it. An armada of Mac 10s and Tech 9s sitting at the base of ramp. We have to keep a close eye on this just because back on Anubis, it was a Spirit pistol win into a Falcons force by upset. That's what kicked off their streak of 6 rounds. They've definitely got the buy to do it yet again. But I'd say notably in contrast, on Anubis, Zontix made a play where it was clear they assumed they'd have no armor. I feel like that caution brought forth in round 2 this time should keep Spirit in good hands.
Yeah. It's actually great that he showed himself because he just has now scared Falcons into execing more quickly. But the CT side is ready on the A side all the same. Yeah, this will be tough. Oh,
Ooh, good nade.
yeah, this situation is getting kind of ugly now because they don't want to save, but I don't know if they can win. Oh, actually.
Right. Shiro, it ain't the prettiest peek through the smoke, but Donk's already got himself another multi-frag round. You can see him and his aggression starting to boil over to the success of Team Spirit. That's such a situation where it's like, I know Shiro as a player hates the idea of being the guy who's going to get flashed through the smoke to go run and gun SMG spray. Like, that's so not Shiro. So that's why it gets away from him. He gets 0 kills on ramp. It's just the wrong guy for the job that had to be done.
Yeah.
Like, seeing him in between fire and smoke is so un-Shiro-like.
How does anyone do this?
Yeah, right. It's like, this isn't Counter-Strike.
So they try to do the same thing they did on Anubis and go for the force. With no plant, doesn't work out here. Eco for Falcons.
And more money to be made for Spirit.
This was the map that Spirit choked.
Yep.
versus FaZe. This is the one that when the match ended, I think FaZe were like, okay, we're unbelievable, and they really did play well too. They caught that choke, you know. But if you watch the game, it was like all the great setups were there for Spirit. None of the shots being hit, none of the retakes made any sense. Everything was falling apart mentally in front of 15,000 people in Copenhagen.
Embarrassing. That's the life of a Counter-Strike professional.
Yeah, I mean, that is the hard part, right? The only difference between matchmaking, scrims, matches, and LAN finals are the circumstances. Same game.
Donk, not wasting any time. Already back up to where he belongs. 8 kills, 1 death, 3 rounds in. They don't realize they poked the bear.
Yeah. Let the speed run begin.
For a moment, Donk felt like a noob. For only 5 rounds, it's all it took. For him to come back swinging. But guns look better in the hands of Falcons. Let's see what they can post with their first buy. Their map pick. Don't forget it. And still a couple remnants of these SMG buys in play. We saw them swinging down these B stairs just 1 round prior, so it makes sense that we get Falcons trying to go and prod at Magix, maybe catch him out of position. Madden operating on his own here within the A ramp. It's Chopper versus him on short side. Great time to kill from Chopper's SMG. 5v4 and an AK upgrade.
Yeah, that's
Oof,
kind of an
deep nade.
hard to sustain on that lurk this early on with low grenades. Down to 1 smoke. This is why they lurked. I mean, they don't have enough for full execs to work map control all over the place, so they needed to try to find something tricky. Nice timing out of Zontix. Whoa!
Nice try.
No, bad smoke on the site. CTs will get close to it though. They know no one's crossed the quad, but they're still worried about someone potentially being there. Oh, okay, nice clip off from Dupree.
And a trade frag back too. So, rumblings of a site take. Ooh, nice op shot from Snappy as well. Valiant effort from the little that was left of Falcons, but Team Spirit's so hot on the rotate that there was not even half a second there for Falcons to actually breathe. You're getting a fight and there's another one right next. Up close and personal.
Wonder how Falcons view this game, what they're thinking about now in terms of what to do next. It's the half investment with Dupree getting a gun at least. I mean, his prep looked good. He did show up, and it looked like he understood what Team Spirit are going to try to do. He found the right gaps. He killed Donk a few times. Like there was some stuff definitely that showed that Dupree did his homework.
Looking to boost up that AK. Good chance for Dupree. Yes, excellent.
There we go.
Finds Magix climbing up. A crack of the whip when you are the only primary in place. Mac-10 comes around, and that's a side turn. Wonderfully done here. Falcons finding a slight gap to exploit off the back of a Dupree pickup. Then you got Sunpius in place to come out for the mid lurk. Ooh, missed flick shot from Shiro, can't stop him. Shiro's Molotov still burns Magisk from beyond the grave, but Is does not seem like a round Spirit will get their teeth back into.
Actually, I just realized that, well, just now we'll see, Donk isn't playing B. So they've got Zontix in there, which that makes so much more sense. You know, that makes way more sense. Like, Donk should definitely be in a rotator position. We'll see if they continue to do that or if this is just a one-off thing. But the second time I saw Zontix jump up on the double, I was like, wait, when's the last? Well, it was Zontix who jumped up on double, no?
Magix.
Oh, okay. Still, last round Zontix did and then got a kill, and then this round it was Magix who tried the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So we'll see who's the anchor and who's the rotator. It should be Magix then, but both would make sense. Normally splitting sites on other maps, but this is the adjustment that I think most people wanted to see for Spirit on Vertigo.
Yep.
Because this was the one weakness, if there was one, for Donk on this map, and you have way more freedom on A site to swing ramp. Like this is like the part of the map where, I mean, a lot of star hoppers will kind of like really make their bread, and there's a lot of lurking in the smoke on the ramp. There's a lot of like really good duels for you to take.
It just so clearly suits him.
Yes, yes. But even back in the Academy League when we casted Donk, he was playing B. Into early days Spirit, he was playing B, but now he's just such a star player, obviously, that, well, yeah, adjusting for him makes a lot of sense. And yeah, it looks like they have switched up a spot. I just don't know if this is the first time we've seen it, but we didn't see him play Pro League, and before that it was the Major, right? And at the Major, when he played versus FaZe, he was playing B site.
Right now, it's Chopper actually bolstering that B site. Is it not? No, excuse me, that's a 5. So this time again, it's Zontix and Magix interchangeably taking the front position on B site.
Yeah.
All right, so
that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it was Chopper to get the opening kill down a ramp. Movement back towards construction. A gap. Oh! A gap that Dupree slips right through. You could see the elevator player coming over to try and get eyes on middle, but half a second too late to the party, and Spirit find themselves uninvited. Both defenders swiped away with 0 chance to fight back. And another round where it looks like Spirit just have to write off their losses. Props to Dupree. There's no denying.
Donk's like, should I come back to B, guys?
You gonna do all right over there?
It's hard, I told you.
Yeah. Thinking, I used to play it alone, you know.
Wait, what? Can he defuse this?
Yes, he
Oh,
can.
he's on double. They're running in for it.
No
They
way.
can't have an angle.
You're kidding.
He got it. Oh, no, it's blown up. Oh, my God. They were so close.
Donk, why you gotta do it like that? Almost caught it.
They'd have them blown up, though.
Racks up a cost.
How many people died?
He had the kit. How close?
Oh.
I want to know.
Oh.
Planted
funny.
behind
Just found
double
it.
bombs.
Yeah,
I suppose they came over construction, they killed the 2.
yeah, that's right.
That makes for a weird plant, and
They
Donk
didn't-
isolates it.
Okay.
But now they go back to ramp, and
And,
Chopper's gotta give up his position. Burning out, found by Snappy.
Calculated. 19 health on Donk. I don't know if there's an HE that sails over top of Jump Up, but Magix has one. Wait. Oh, that's a little bit of a mistake. Oh, Dupree with another kill. Donk down again.
He's trying to keep him in it. Donk has done his damage. Magix and Zontix never given a chance to shoot back last round, having to try and close this out, but with a minute, Snappy and Magisk can try to work with their magic. Sow a seed of doubt by just falling silent on the ramp. Left side sight smoke. Poor Zontix gets softened down to 40 as well, so the wall is up. Neither player has the bomb. Oh, Snappy's got it now. So with that, they never really had a chance to leave.
Zontix has to respect that. Molotov.
He's gonna plant it, and there's no frag grenade to stop this, no Molotov to burn him out. Just as the smokes fade, Snappy's still caught in the open, having to fight his way out of here, and he won't get away alive.
He did find a good angle for the duel, but no bullets, or not enough bullets go in. Magix is down low.
Huge health advantage over what's left here of Spirit.
Oh, the smoke comes out. Now there's pressure on Magisk.
Looks to swing wide, eats the flash. Still looking for it. It's desperate from Magix. He taps that bomb. Magisk will have to spray away. Magix needs to get on it and stick it. He gets the op shot.
What?
Jumps back on top with the kit and the time.
Oh my god, and Magisk runs around default. Making... That's the only way, basically, that Magix could have found that shot. Did he miss where the bomb was planted? Just didn't have enough...
Magisk taps it, backs up, spray comes through a little off the mark. His AK's dry because he just won the fight versus Zontix, so he switches to the knife. But at that point, Magisk had climbed over the box. See what we can gather from the replay.
But see where it's planted here on default? He's running all the way around. But if he had gotten in the smoke with a knife, which is what he was trying to do because he was low on ammo, right?
Yep.
Then I think he would have been able to get it either way. Magix is happy. That's the only way that he could have won the round.
Frazzles him.
Donk 11-2. Sight switch working out so far here for Spirit. He got 2 before dying to Dupree last round.
Oof, doesn't get away. Zontix just burns out inside of Tetris, even by putting the smoke down.
I think he had thrown another grenade. Molly landed. Then he tried to pull out his smoke, and it was too late by 1 tick.
Well, that's not going to work. Snappy had gotten away with that last time they got the opening pick.
Yeah, that flash actually just not good enough.
We saw the B rotator played more towards quad and Snappy slide in behind him. Not the case this time.
Bad read on the setup. Oh man, this is a critical chance here for Falcons because Spirit won that round, but they're low on money.
Walls up. Chopper's ahead of it. Ooh.
Oh, that's a big one.
Nice burst. Too much of an ask to double down, but surprise, surprise. Donk's over in position and able to stop the plant again. Low HP here for Magisk. He's not going to be able to plant it, but he will be able to escape. And that opens up Dupree to flank from mid, but they get wind of it coming in.
He's like, help me.
And it works. Shiro, nice cover. Magic's staring at his shoes. And Magisk.
It's tough, man.
Dude,
I think, like, you know, if you pronounce like, if you pronounce Magisk, yeah, you really take your time with that. No epic moments will ever happen in that 1v1 between these two players. Unfortunately, that is their fate. But I guess if we pronounced Magisk properly in Danish, Magisk or something, but that's just too hard for us.
Yeah, it's already a difficult 1v1. Let me start speaking another language.
Yeah.
All that matters, Donk speaking with violence as he comes in from short side. Just when they thought they had a sight under wraps because you peeled Chopper off it, Donk had done such a good job of minimalizing himself and allowing for himself to kind of go under the radar. Now Falcon strapped for cash with limitations. This A site's rock solid between Chopper and Donk. 9-3, 12-3.
It's adjustment that looks like, well, it made sense on paper, and it looks like it makes sense in practice too. You know, usually the simple way you organize star riflers is just putting them in high traffic locations, which B site it definitely gets attacked enough that you can get a lot of kills, but in a rotator spot you have way more chances to get kills with support from your teammates or by supporting somebody else to take contact first. Wow. That's a swing.
It's just a welcome sight on ramp.
He's got some more, it looks like, too.
Him and Chopper.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Jesus, man.
Sat down. Magisk given no chance.
Well, that's scary. Spirit getting their vertigo together on CT side. The change instantly working.
We thought we had found a flaw in Donk.
Yeah.
And with the way Anubis started, we thought maybe with Vertigo as well, kind of looming over him like a dark cloud, there would be some struggles, but right back to what you've come to expect from the Wonder Boy. Ooh, and Shiro says, I want a piece of this. Comes through with an opening pick, makes the A ramp job all the easier for Donk, who's just going to go ahead and play it on his own for now.
Like, look at the open angles he has now. This is just literally bread and butter for him.
The A ramp in open ocean, and he is the Megalodonk.
Gigantic in-game.
Backs one hell of a bite. Has one hell of a bark. Volley down in front of the B commitment. Sorry, boys. Those Tech 9s not going to get anything rolling this time. We have seen, I think, a slight weakness in the B defense. But in a round like this, with the support from middle and a guaranteed construction cover, all seems good. Still 3 Mac 10 kills out of nowhere. Nade goes too deep, but Madden's got 21 health. Tries to reach for the AK and gets his hands on it. A second artillery barrage around him. This is winnable for Madden. 30 seconds. Molotov's going to make it uncomfortable. That op is a very deep angle, but if he steps into it, you know Shiro's going to hit it. No needed. Donk here to close as he also opens. Everywhere, all the time.
Tough. And that also means that, you know, I guess you could precipitate the change coming, that they would try it. Obviously, it looks great so far, but it's also a problem for Falcons who, and again, I don't think we've seen any officials from them on Vertigo since the Major, because they haven't played anything, right?
We haven't. It would have had to have been earlier this event if Dinko and Black cast it.
Oh, right. Okay. So maybe they have played it and he switched already.
But your opinion's still fresh.
But yeah, so the problem is for Falcons that they just basically either have very little or no way to adapt to the change that
they hadn't played it.
They haven't played it yet. So
first time.
This is their first Vertigo with Donk playing A. And yeah, I mean, just look at the scoreboard. Look at it.
I think it's working.
Yeah.
Would you look at that?
Would you
just
look
at it.
Sizzled my eyeballs.
Yeah, man. It's like staring into the sun trying to entry up ramp versus Donk, I bet. Shiro, who hasn't had to pick up any slack on the second map, is just doing what he does. Not missing shots towards middle, 4 kills. This was a gun round. And Falcons will find no footing. Madden to try his damnedest, but no entry anywhere, ever.
What's actually crazy is even in that phase game that they lost in the quarters, Donk on the CT side of Vertigo in that map was 19 and 11. even before he switched. So he got good at it, mastered both halves of the map, and that's why he's pulling off the retakes too.
Well, it was fun to believe at the start of the series that Falcons had a chance.
Yeah.
You know, they still did make their second playoffs of 2024.
Yeah.
They won two matches in a row.
A streak, win streak.
You know, there are silver linings for the Silver Foxes. And a chance here to overwhelm the A site, but Donk, will he let them in? Seems like they've got the chance. Madden's been fighting tooth and nail, but Chopper's just as sharp. And Shiro just not going to give them any entry. Dupree to return it. Snappy 100 health inside of the site in a moment. Dupree's hands busy as he tries to climb over top, and he is done for. Zontix slams him back. So the in-game leader of Falcons looking for an upgrade first. The bomb second, and then 3 frags, and he'll find none of those 3. 10-2 the CT side. Spirit can play Vertigo.
Yes, they can play Vertigo. They look good. They look very good.
Very nice.
Very nice. Well, if they win this match, and again, I don't want to get too far into the future, but it would be a big upset if Heroic beat MOUZ 2.
Oh, look deep into
okay.
the crystal ball.
So deep into the DeVito tomorrow, Vertigo's probably going to come up. That's probably going to be a pretty insane map if it ends up being Spirit and MOUZ. Could be one of the best matches this year, to be honest. It's got a, and the last and BetBoom Dubai, when it was them versus virtus.pro, that was also one of the best matches. Of course, that was in 2023 officially, but still, that was one of the best matches of the year for sure.
It's fun to just see how the context may have changed, right? Opponent aside for Spirit, let's assume they close out map 2 and go back to another BO5 Grand Finals. At that best of 5 Grand Finals, you know, the context around Donk was still so different.
Yeah.
Didn't have his historic Katowice victory.
Yeah.
Didn't play a major where they were coming into playoffs and heavily considered as favorites. You know, this is a new Team Spirit that has proven so much. We had an inkling as to what could happen. We had hope, seeing as Art Frost was in the team back then. We didn't know about the upcoming Shiro signing. Oh boy, what 6 months can change. And more importantly than anything else, his level hasn't stopped.
Yeah. And of course, that was,
Pistol here could spell disaster for the Falcons' dreams of making a deeper playoffs run. Boosted top box, though. The Pistol, he drops down into Shiro. Oh, this is a recoverable spot because they get into B at the same time. That heavy mid-stack left the door open.
Yeah, one small mistake there.
And an ambitious move from Madden, trying to maybe get the USP into the action. Now it works. Snappy and Dupree connect one apiece, and it's Shiro 1v3.
And he's walking into the B site while they're all here looking for the reclaim, and he'll make some presence. 2 of 3 spotted so far, and they all try to swing on him. 3, 2, 1. Just want to make sure that it's nice and careful, and we'll take a headshot. Don't play games with Shiro.
Ooh, he's getting closer. He's going to clean up 1. Now he spots the other 2. Oh,
no,
Shiro.
Don't play games with Shiro.
Reloads in, peeks back to the Tetris box, and he's got it in the bag. Don't play games with Shiro.
Oh my God. He's the board master. That's crazy. The end of the round, the closer, the 1-on-3. They tried to play that so perfectly. And that's the thing about this team. I mean, no one else on the team even wins a round like this, right? Shiro is the best in the late round situations and in the clutches. He's going to put up some of the scariest odds in 1-on-3s. 12-5 on this map. Great map on Anubis.
Oh, dude, the Shiro Donk combo is
crazy.
Just so fun to get excited about. World-class opener, world-class closer. And the rest of the pack still does their job so well. They tried to play that 1v3 properly, but some crazy moves as well in the middle of that. Magis jumping over the mid box, Madden jumping over construction. That's not where things went south for them, but Falcons trying to duke it out. Shiro swings the knockout blow. And their hands are tied. Falcons will be forcing down to the end of this match.
Only he could make that situation really like 3 1v1s.
Still, they'll approach with protocols in place. No X Factor out of Falcons yet, but the boost will soften Donk down to 30. The entirety of Spirit ready to go. No flank behind them. Just this consistent jump up and damage onto Donk, but still 2 bursts of damage. He's alive and kicking. Now they jump again and soften up Magix. This jumping MP9 spam works. Close crane play with the double peek on short. It's the right pieces here for Falcons. Good amount of kills coming through. A recovery from Magix somewhat. Zontix looks to come join him. And that short fight is a little labored, so it's very little HP for what's left of Team Spirit, but they get the kill on sight.
Oh, and Zontix is waiting for this.
Nicely done.
Wow.
Outpositions Magisk to get that 12th one guaranteed. Even with the stack in sight and the force buy out of Falcons, there's not nearly enough to topple Spirit.
Yeah, to stopple him. Somebody stopple him. Would you look at that? Yeah, that was like the best chance for Falcons to win. They got all that damage off before they peaked. They were all there waiting for every single choke point. Crazy. No one will remember how good the first 6 rounds of Anubis looked.
We're gonna sound like conspiracy theorists trying to peddle that.
I swear they almost set up a win.
Guys, and Donk, he had 0 kills. I swear.
Time for bed, old man.
Yeah. Two deaths at the kickoff of this one. Shout out Dupree for trying his absolute damnedest throughout this very struggling second map at a Falcons. He is still somehow at what's going to be 13-2, ending with a positive scoreline. And when we go back to their previous map and match wins earlier in the event, I would say that Dupree had been pretty instrumental. Big shoes to fill as he comes in for Boros, who was in for Nico. A massive ask of one of the Danes. Some nice tethering plays between him and Magisk throughout the successful part of their run here at the BetBoom Dacha Belgrade 24. But Falcons Road comes to a close, and it is Spirit in the grand finals. Back-to-back BetBoom events with a BO5 on the line. And as we have come to expect, world-class Counter-Strike from Chopper & Co.
I'm already excited to see the 1v3 from Shiro on the highlights as we watch back this game, but an expected result after an unexpected start is what we saw. They showed a bit of composure, they brought back Anubis, and they really showed off on Vertigo. That was one game that I think brings the right amount of confidence to a potential final versus what will be one of their hardest competitions in finals now, with MOUZ having lifted a pretty sizable trophy.
Go on, Trace.
Sorry, I was just lost in the
Go
fog.
on, Trace.
It's a haze in my own mind, I promise. This is actually what it looks like in real time. Speaking of in real time, what just happened, Veracity? What's going on now?
My goodness, at the start of the first map, it looked as though the Falcons might have just been able to at least take one map off of Team Spirit, but unfortunately, Donk has been giving us a clinical performance, to say the very least.
I wouldn't even use the word clinical at this point. I mean, we're past clinical. We're past clinics.
Another day in the office for Donk.
Real surgical. That's what I'm saying about it. Because when Donk's in the server, it's force to be reckoned with, to say the very minimum.
Yep.
But what happens now?
Sorry?
What happens now?
Well, you know what that means, Trace. Another team has unfortunately been eliminated, but it's not the end of the world because we have the artifacts. Tell the folks at home a little bit about the artifacts.
So here's what you need to know about the artifacts, right? They come from an ancient time, a land before time even. Yes, I'm talking about where the dinosaurs were and all of the things that made us into the universe and the things that we have now. So the artifacts themselves, if you can see, they come from, well, I think it's all crystallized is what it is. It's all crystal, and in doing so, the only way that we can free the universe, the only way that it can be safe again is if we collect all these artifacts. Now, if you lose here, you have to surrender your artifact, or we find them sometimes too. But in this case, Veracity will be placing an artifact here on behalf of Team Falcons because that is elimination. Now, we only have 3 slots left in the board, though. Actually, 4. I was wrong. There are 4.
There are 4 indeed.
There are
Trace.
4.
But once we successfully collect all of those artifacts, the world will be reunited once more. But, you know, I'm super excited for our next matchup. Who's going to be playing?
Well, I'm looking at MOUZ versus Heroic, right? So we have a grand finalist right behind me in Spirit. Now we just need to find someone for them to play. And that's really the only way to do that.
Well, we've got one heck of a prize pool on the line, and it's certainly been a tumultuous adventure for many of our teams as well. Sum up the BetBoom Dacha in one word.
Sum up the BetBoom Dacha in one word.
Yeah.
Artifacts.
Artifactual. There we go.
Why you put me on the spot like that?
I'm so sorry. Artifactual. There we go. Take it from here, please. Please, God
Leave it
save
to
us.
Trace to make up a word just in time.
Yeah, one word, Stunna. That's all you needed. just one
Artifactual.
word, dude. Any word at all. I would use the word impressive. For this map specifically, Donk at the A site just made so much more sense. I'm glad that we got to cast this because it's funny when you have an adaptation that it feels like everyone wants to see. Again, it seems like it would work on paper. Not always when you apply that to the server does it all come together. If this is the first outing of that attempt of Donk on the other half of the map, what more do you need to do?
No, it's the...
It clicked.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that they sort of, like, paid attention to what maybe was weakest in a situation where, I mean, Donk had tons of experience in being, and actually, like, overall his stats are still good. But the important games were where it was like, oh, maybe there's a struggle here, and they make the change. It looks fantastic. It makes perfect sense on paper, man. You're locked into B, and sometimes those fights are not fun at all. And you don't want your star player taking hard fights that aren't fun at all. That's just simply you want to set them up for easier fights so they can win more in a round. And on the A side, that's where you'll find them. So 3 players sometimes playing here. Chopper also fragged incredibly well this game, and has been a great member of the team in terms of just straight up fragging potential. But, okay, so he thought he had it too, I think. It was really, really close. But even just for getting the kills in that situation, that was a moment where you just see, like, Donk he was good not only on the A site, but he was making things happen as rotator as well, which is the other part of playing one half of the map. Of course. You have to be good at retakes on the other side of the map. That's the 2 sides of the coin when it comes to CT in each of the maps of the map pool. So, well, I mean,
I'll go as far as to say that with that in mind, right, this demand to rotate and still help out elsewhere, while Donk's going hard on the ramp alongside Chopper, I think Chopper's A to mid rotations were also an instrumental part of this map win, right? Like, Chopper's individual level here, his scoreline was almost up there alongside Donk.
Yeah.
And he was the first to leave that site. So it felt to me like presence across the map was more so Chopper than anybody else. And word is that's why he is our map MVP.
Wow.
A little tip of the hat to Chopper.
Nice.
But a bigger tip of the hat.
For this clutch.
And maybe just a tip in cash is worth it. Team Spirit got to pay out bonuses for clutches like this.
God damn, he played that so. That was an impossible win round, and you still thought he could do it, and then he did it. Yeah, he makes your dreams a reality in clutch situations. Shiro, great series overall.
Also just leaving, I think, right? He was at one point in that round just sitting in middle, and we kind of come to his perspective as his teammates die inside of the bomb site, walking up the ramp, and we're like, man, he's walking this out. Like, that's how you know he's
thinking about winning.
Tiptoeing into the battlefield, you know? It's an ambush to kick off the 1v3, isolates the duels, gets away from what was a well-organized 1-2-3 peak from Falcons, and just does what he does best. So Chopper, map MVP, a 1.67 rating. Always a great day when we have another in-game leader who has been putting up big numbers. It seems to be the common trend of 2024. We're getting away from the excuse of in-game leaders don't need to frag.
Yes, now it can be all 5 and still call great T-halves and still have people organized on CT sides. Shout out to Dupree for trying because, yeah, he was the only one here on this map that actually had some good rounds. And it really felt like the preparation came through when I saw some of the ways he killed Donk on Anubis, some of the overall like 1 and 2Ks that he got, that he actually was ready for Spirit. And I feel like an individual level that actually stood out from the rest of his teammates. Yeah, and the Senpais, you know, not doing much. And I feel like Senpais gets away with not having the pressure of being like the superstar of the team, but he technically should be, right? He should technically be under pretty heavy scrutiny, being set up as the opper, being a top 6 player of last year, even though I had him at 11. I always got to say that because I have to make my own list. But even then, you know, he's not really been as that kind of star. He's not been the one bright spot on the team.
Right.
He's been glowing, but not like shining.
And a team that kind of needed something to be proud about, at least with Falcons now being eliminated for the event. A shortcoming versus Spirit in a fashion I'm sure they don't want to get eliminated, but they did win a best of 3 over Virtus.pro, and it felt like if any team at this event needed something to walk away with, any string of matches whatsoever, it was Falcons. So let's hope that they can continue to adapt. As Madden said in the pregame, you know, we're putting in a lot of work and eventually the wins have to happen. He has put himself in better roles than what he had back on ENTS, and we've seen promise from some of these players. But unfortunately, end of the road for Falcons, our first grand finalist, Team Spirit. And after this break, it'll be Dinko and Bled to see whether MOUZ can keep Heroic at bay.
it over to me then. Welcome back, everybody, to BetBoom Dacha Belgrade. I am Veracity, and I'm joined alongside Mr. Stunner himself. How you doing over there, Stunner?
Chasing my dreams, trying not to let them become memes. Jasmine.
Don't let your dreams be memes, I guess.
Yeah,
well, we've got our final best of 3 matchup. Semi-finals, it's going to be MOUZ versus Heroic. Spicy matchup.
It's got something there on the end of it. But I do have to say that these two teams are not like each other, and for different reasons. One is a clear favorite here, Jazz. I think that goes a little bit without saying.
Can they do it, though? Can they come off the back of Pro League and win BetBoom Dacha Belgrade?
The vibes I'm seeing outside carry on into the server. Yeah, probably, Jasmine, probably.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and find out just a little bit more about them with an incredibly strong map pool taking down everybody around them. It is none other than MOUZ. There's no right. You don't have any life rings. Let's work our way over here.
You guys are standing in the water.
Yeah. You can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. Come on, let's shuffle. Let's shuffle. We can do this. Firstly, hello, Torty. How are you doing today?
Hello. I'm pretty good. Ready for the game. Excited.
Well, it was your birthday yesterday, so happy belated birthday. Let everybody at home know. What did you guys and you and the boys do to celebrate?
Yeah, we just drank a lot of alcohol, get wasted.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically that. Yeah.
Hungover?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Are you still going to win, though?
I mean, I think the birthday was more important than the win, so we will see.
You know what? Pro League was a good enough victory for you guys. Give me a prediction for your scoreline. What are we expecting here? 2-0, 2-1? Because your map pool's looking incredibly strong.
2-0.
2-0. There we go. Spicy, spicy. What do we think of that, Trace? I'll let you guys go ahead, get warmed up. Trace, give me your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much. Gentlemen, please go take to your seats. Watch out for that artifact, man. That's important stuff right there. I think. I'm pretty sure, I'm about 99% sure that the universe will never come back together unless we have the artifact placed inside of there. But who's going to do it today? That's my biggest question. Who's going to be placing the artifact within the wall behind me? Is it going to be that of MOUZ? Or perhaps it'll be their contender, Jasmine. Perhaps it's going to be Heroic.
Just want to come and destroy our little swimming pool that we've got going on here.
Everybody's just trying to hang out at the pool, Jasmine. It's summertime. Didn't you know that? It's summertime.
True. My bad, guys.
Speaking of summertime, Tessis, you got that summertime sadness?
No sadness. Hopefully happiness after today.
Yeah, so look, if you go against a MOUZ right now, toe-to-toe, where do you think you stack up?
I believe our chances. We have to have confidence in ourselves, but obviously they're in good form and coming off a tournament win, so they are obviously in prime form right now, but that's going to be fun for us.
So I don't think Dexter can hear us. So if he could, Well, I was going to ask how he's fitting into the team for you. How's it going?
Yeah, I think he's fitting in really well, and I'm happy to have him here. And so far, he's been doing really good, and I think that in the future, he will do much better.
Okay. Well, doing best is what we're looking for today, gentlemen. So go ahead and sit down. Watch out for the artifact, though. Don't hurt yourselves on the way over there so that we can get this one underway. Jasmine?
What do you make of this very bold statement? This is going to be a 2-0.
Well, I mean,
I'd be shaking in my boots right now if I was Heroic.
We've heard a couple of different bold statements, actually, out of both sides. We've got a 2-0 on this side, it was said.
A hungover 2-0.
Top 3 over here, right?
A hungover 2-0 at that. So you know what? Let's go ahead and find out just maybe a little bit more about that birthday, shall we?
Happy birthday, bud.
Yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', been ballin'. I'm winning, get buckets from the court side to the nosebleeds, yeah, they love it. I'm winning, get buckets from the first in and the last out, see me coming. Yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', been ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin', been ballin'. I'm winning, get buckets from the court side to the nosebleeds, yeah, they love it. I'm winning. the last down, see me coming.
Yes, happy birthday, Torzy, for yesterday. Hopefully not really hungover, Blah, but we'll have to wait and see as we head into this matchup. Maybe we'll get some early signs of that party yesterday.
That's a real gamer right there.
Yeah.
That's why they're right now in the top 2, top 3 in the world. For that reason, they party hard, they play hard, and Torzy's like, look, what's important? It's a birthday. It's a drinks with your friends.
What's more important than this win of the birthday?
At the end of the day, it's all about the friendship.
It is all about the French. And now we head into this one. It's the playoffs. We've got Team Spirit already in that grand final, as you would expect. They got through the Falcons very quickly. Dragons versus the Falcons, pretty easy match there for them. But now we've got a MOUZ versus Heroic, and it does feel like on paper this should be another one of those series where you see MOUZ win this pretty comfortably. And I do believe Torzy that it should be a 2-0, even with the hangover. So that grand final, it should be shaping up for a best of 5 between MOUZ and Heroic, but you never quite know when it comes to these kind of competitions, Blah.
You never quite know, right? But at least for MOUZ, whatever questions people might have had, you know, just this EPL grind, winning EPL, coming into this tournament, they might be a little fatigued. We saw Brolan say as well, he's kind of a little tired with all the travel, but it's not showing in the server. They're looking really solid, so absolutely, I think they're the favorites here. But that being said, I think Heroic, you know, with the addition of Dexter, have looked pretty damn good so far.
Yeah, we have seen them look pretty solid. Maybe yesterday they lost a map to MIBR in the opening map of Vertigo, but then the rest of the series looked pretty solid, right? It looked still pretty comfortable for Heroic when they were closing things out.
Yeah, it did indeed. And I mean, the two teams have played so far is MIBR a couple of times, which are 2-1 fashion both the times. And then against Spirit, they got taken up. But Spirit, you've been kind of beating everyone, right? Taking a look at the vetoes here, Heroic going to be banning on Inferno as usual. MOUZ should be taking care of Anubis. Now, when it comes to the picks, Heroic do like going for the nuke, but do you want to try a nuke against MOUZ? I'm not so sure about that. And for the side of MOUZ, I mean, they can literally go anywhere they want. They can go for a bit of that Vertigo punish pick, because Heroic looked rough against it yesterday. Heroic going for the Dust too. This is the curveball pick coming in. This is where they're like, hey, we look pretty good on this. We're the underdogs. Let's just go for it.
Yeah, Dust 2. Looking forward to it. We got to see Dexter in particular have a comfortable time on the CT side on Dust 2. Mirage coming as the pick for MOUZ. Understandable, Blah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they are the best team on Mirage right now. And I can even hazard saying, apart from maybe Spirit on a really good day. That's definitely a confidence pick coming in. I thought if they might go for that Vertigo pick just to punish it against Heroic, but there's no need to punish pick when you know you are the firm favorites. If Vertigo gets taken out of the equation, MOUZ going to take care of Ancient, because actually Heroic looked pretty dangerous on Ancient yesterday, and Nuke is a decider where I guess both these two teams should be happy with this. Heroic are like, yeah, Nuke, if it goes to map 3, we might have a chance, but will it go to map 3?
Yeah, it is interesting to see if it will go to map 3, because MOUZ would be willing to play Dust 2 quite a lot, right? Heroic going for the pick. Maybe we've seen some weaknesses from MOUZ. They haven't always looked that convincing on Dust 2, have they, in this tournament?
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's the first time everyone's playing this map. We saw a lot of mistakes being made by both the teams. MOUZ, despite it looking a little bit shaky, they were still able to be very, very comfortable on it. They went against, I believe it was BetBoom and VP, two teams who have also looked a little lackluster. So, yeah, MOUZ, they got the job done. I think this is going to be, for me, the real first test for MOUZ at this tournament. This is a Heroic who are looking really, really solid, with Dexter slotting in as well. And you take a look at the maps right there. It makes sense, right? It makes sense. Maybe MOUZ could have gone for that Vertigo pick, but why do you want to go for that when you have Mirage in your pocket, a map where they have just not dropped a single map against the best in the world?
But it does feel like Heroic is still going to be feeling pretty comfortable about all of the maps in this veto, right? Mirage is a map they've gone to quite consistently and been able to get some decent results on. So for Heroic, they should obviously be the underdogs in this match, but at least they'll be able to show us a real fight and some sort of comfort level on the map. But this MOUZ team are so excited because they're already so good, Blah, and the average player age is 20.6.
Yeah, so young. That's insane. Usually when you look at teams, even Spirit, for example, we're like, oh, that's such a young team. And then you have someone like Chopper who's 27, bringing up the average overall. But this is such a very, very young team and a very exciting future ahead of this team. We keep talking about how, MOUZ is kind of the FaZe Academy team, so to speak. But I like this roster. I think they just hold us so well together. And Shuhei, man, I feel like he's a king in the waiting.
Yeah, well, Shuhei's return has obviously bolstered the career of Torzy again. It did feel like we were starting to doubt Torzy, starting to wonder if he is going to be a solid AWPer when he was under Dexter, but he was saying how he wasn't feeling too comfortable in that in-game leadership, and when Shuhei came back, we pretty much instantly seen Torzy playing better.
Yes, absolutely, and so far in this tournament, he's been looking phenomenally well. Also, seemingly really enjoying Dust 2. A couple of times they played on it, he's been top fragging. And listen, it's not easy to top frag in a team which consists of Exertion, Jimmy, and of course Brolan as well. It's a great work from Torji. On the flip side, for Dexter, we had no idea what we were going to expect in coming in, with Abdul coming back into Pro CS after over a year. But man, he has delivered, he has impressed, and right now, he's looking good in the white and red.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He's looking fantastic. He's looking very strong, and we're going to get to see that Dust 2 CT side performance again from Dexter. It was great seeing him with the AWP on the ramp. Felt like he was controlling short, controlling long. Dexter was very impactful for the CT side in particular here for Heroic.
Oh, for sure. And I guess one of the unsung heroes for Heroic in the game they had yesterday, and I guess throughout the entire tournament for this side, would have been Shush. Has been absolutely so very consistent. And even though we saw Nerds have a quiet map here and there, like on Vertigo or maybe on Nuke, and we saw Tessus kind of disappear yesterday in the first map, Shush kept delivering over like 20 kills every single time.
Shush was also the MVP across the series, right? And you look at how many fraggers they have on this team. Shush is definitely not one of the top of the cream when you would talk about his performance as an individual, but it's just the level he gives you at the base level of Heroic that is so good for Shush, and in particular he's really reliable in the anchor role.
Oh, absolutely. I think just overall, the floor of this Heroic team, right, it's relying, I think, a little too heavily on Shush. I would like to see, we've seen Kixon can be a fragging IGL, but he's also very variable. Tessus sometimes disappears, and we've seen Nerds being a little bit quiet. But now I feel like he's found a partner in the form of Dexter. Dexter's been consistently very, very solid, not just with the AWP, but with the rifle as well. So I feel like overall the floor of this team, at least based on the few games we've seen so far, has risen with the arrival of Dexter.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy to think about the AWP rifle combo that Heroic have, right? This is an organization that aren't the likes of a FaZe, aren't the likes of a Liquid who have this unlimited money. You can get really solid rosters, you can buy the players you like. The fact that they're able to put this roster together, I'm sure Heroic are very happy about that, considering the fact that they lost the core of their team that made them a top contender in the world last year. So in fact, you have Dexter now and Nerds, and a young IGL that's proven that he's able to get this team working. Alongside the Sol coach, there's so many things to be very excited about for this Heroic team, actually.
Yeah, imagine Dexter was like in a hyperbaric time chamber for this entire year, and he's just like, all right, I'm going to take a break. And he comes back and he's like, wait, I'm joining Heroic? I'm going to replace Cadian? Why is Nerds over here? He'd be so confused. But yeah, this is a team we have unexpected, right? Like you pointed out, Heroic, we're talking about Nerds and Saw for Men's, and of course Dexter coming back from the wilderness, and somehow it's clicking. Sometimes it's the, these pieces, Dinko, when you're making a dish, you don't know what the right ingredient is, but suddenly, magically just sprinkles onto it, and you're like, damn, this is good.
Yeah, it's like when they accidentally made Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire sauce.
Yes, Worcestershire. Yeah, they accidentally made that. They left it under a barrel, in a barrel under the stairs, and then some guy went along, found it, and took it out. I was like, damn, this tastes real good.
Maybe Dexter is the MSG of Counter-Strike, MSG salt. It's great. Makes shit good.
Oh, yeah, maybe it could be that. Maybe it's the secret spice for Heroic to make things nice. And of course, sitting at the back here is the team huddles. We like to see them getting the team huddles in. Shui having a say. They do have an extended period of time for the team huddles here. It feels like a BetBoom Dacha in Belgrade, so making the most of that.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. The red teams today, Blood. It's all red.
It's all red, bloody
That's
red.
the level of analysis we're now getting to. We've like all the players out the way. Now we're talking about red.
Red is great. I like red. What's your favorite color?
Green.
Because you're
There's so many different types of green, blah.
No, man, I don't believe in fake colors. Like, people come with like fuchsia and all these colors. You just made up names like.
They're trying to sell you some interior design package.
Exactly. It's like dark red, slightly dark red, red, and light red.
And your favorite color?
Black.
Black. Yeah. As your soul.
You can't sell me fake black colors. There's only one black.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we are ready to get into the action here. Headphones, in-ears, they're all going in. And the coaches at the back of the pack, ready to go into this battle of the semi-final. Now, it is, of course, a series that we must paint the picture that Heroic are definitely not favorites to win this. The most likely outcome, I think, Blood, is a 2-0 for MOUZ, just with how they've been playing. But Dust 2 definitely offers up a sort of coin toss.
I think Dust 2, yes, absolutely. I think that's a coin toss. I think that's one where Heroic can potentially pull off an upset. It's not going to be easy, though. But here's the problem. Even if it goes to map number 2 and 3, and as you mentioned earlier, this particular 3 maps are all maps that Heroic should be comfortable on. comfortable on, sure, but these are maps that MOUZ excel on. That's a difference right now, and we've seen enough from this MOUZ team. They've been together for a while. We've seen them tested against some of the best in the world out there, just recently coming off the EPL win. So I think you'd have to be a crazy, heroic fanboy to believe Hero can pull this off, but we've seen stranger things happen. Falcons winning a couple of games back-to-back, for example.
Exactly, that is wild, and stranger things is the theme, I believe, of this tournament. So we are going to be putting some artifacts in the wall later on today.
Yeah, artifacts. I'm just looking forward to Trace, plugging in one more piece of the...
That's how we describe the tournament as well, artifacts.
Yeah, shout out Valve that one time.
Yeah.
Oh, you heard about the new Valve game, right?
You told me about it.
Yeah, it's
but
like...
you're the only person I've heard talk about it.
It's basically Overwatch, but made by Valve.
Well, that's exciting.
Which is kind of funny, because Overwatch is basically nothing but Team Fortress 2.
So it's basically TF2 made by Valve then? But TF3.
Which just sounds great.
TF3.
TF3? No, that's the thing. They can't do the TF3. Hence, they have to have a new game.
Yeah, there's no 3s of anything. Counter-Strike's dead now. It only stops at 2.
That is true.
We don't get a 3.
Well, we did have Counter-Strike 1.6, so maybe we have it at 2.6.
2.6.
That's pretty cool. Counter-Strike 2.6. You played 2.6 back in the day. I played 1.6.
Yeah, and you're telling your grandkids. You played 1.6 blood.
I did. I just started 1.3. God.
That is old. That is real old.
That's kind of old. All right, there we go. Look, you can see the universe is starting to come together, Dinko. Just a few more empty spots here, which should hopefully be filled up real quick. And we all know Trace likes filling up holes.
He does indeed, and we've got plenty to fill here. Dust 2, map 1 of this semi-final between Heroic and MOUZ. Xerxin going to be pulling out those dual Berettas for this pistol round. Everybody else apart from Shui with Kevlar. And we now take a look at Heroic's purchase. It is Kickstand with the PC utility and the rest on Kevlar. The IGL is taking the hit.
We didn't really
push into lower tunnel.
We didn't really see much from Heroic's T side yesterday because they basically won everything on the CT side. So I'm curious to see what they have in store for us over here. Heavier lean towards B and Xerxin with the... Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Xerxin with that headshot takes Nerds out of play.
Now they know.
Now Brolin's going to go aggressive at short, looking to try and get involved with this USP. And blinded is Dexter, but still able to frag out, still able to deliver on Xerxin until he runs out of ammo and Shui clears him out from the back of the Xbox. Minute 10 seconds. Brolin coming in from short, his teammate with him to try and stop this long attack. And Torzi has landed that headshot quite cleanly, but Shush is showing what he's got in the P250. Shot up to short onto Brolin. Attempted another. Shush is using this P250 to devastating effect. He has drawn it back into a favorable position. In fact, even numbers here. 2v2. And they're going to get out of there because they realize there's some time left. There's 50 seconds still on that clock.
Torji ready for the rotation if it will happen. Now 40 seconds on the clock. Eventually, they will have to speed things up, and it's all about timing. Torji, will he spot the player crossing out over? Jimmy being low is going to be playing safe towards CT. Torji spots the player, kicks and was down to 4 HP, will be found, and they should have an inkling that they would be working together. Shush realizing 20 seconds on the clock, he's got to leg it.
Yeah, he's got to try and pull himself into this one. 1v2, he's done so much in the round already, but he can't do everything, it would seem. MOUZ will pick out the pistol, long-winded as it was.
Long-winded, but they get the job done, and once more you could see Shush just being so very, very solid, always reliable for at least the one kill. And there you have it. Xerxin with the slightly delayed push towards lower tunnels. And despite the heroics for Dexter, able to just find the one. Just got a little scared. The Torji was getting blocked by Bro. I said, bro, stop blocking me, bro. It happens every single time. And a bit of a cheeky play from Shush. Probably trying to isolate the duels. But then MOUZ, a bit labored pistol round, but they get it done, Dinko.
Yeah, they do. It's definitely labored. That was a very long pistol, uncomfortably long. Shush keeping his team in it until the end, but couldn't quite get the job done alone. And now with Heroic looking at a situation panning out. Despite that round being so long play, they didn't get a bomb plant, so they don't have a really good buy here.
Yeah, I mean, especially on this map, you probably just go for the full eco. You'll have full AKs out come the next round, right? If you go for force here, your options are kind of limited. You try and go for like a fast cat control play maybe, or just classic rush B, which could be on the cards. The spawns are all right, decent. What are your thoughts on the? I know the jury's out and people are very, you know.
I think it's kind of weird that there's random spawns on one map, like in the standardized on every other map.
But do you need to standardize it?
No, you don't.
Yeah. All right.
I can see the argument for both, Blah. I really can.
Shush has He's just gone for the scout buy. Still have a little bit of money remaining in his pocket after this, and is looking to just land his tags with a scout. Land a tag, maybe the Glocks can finish off the players. Takes a shot, but doesn't quite land it. This is a dangerous game. Okay. Shush, to open things up, Torzi will find himself headless.
Headless Torzi.
You'll love to see that.
Yeah. Good kill from Xerxes though to reply. It's Tessus in middle. He's very committed towards Xbox. He gets taken down. Now Brolin, this is a risk, one that he has to be successful in. And he certainly is. Takes that kill on Dexter, gets out of dodge, does not want to go down again outside of the long doors. And Nertz is coming in. He's been pulled in to fight Brolin. There isn't much risk for Nertz, of course. He only has a Glock. And you wouldn't imagine this Glock is going to get any closer to exiting long. Brolin's got that kill locked in, and Yimfat to follow up. So 2-0 here for MOUZ. A good start to the round from Shush. Big headshot, but doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, they were just looking to hopefully maybe get the bomb down, maybe get a couple of kills. They got the one. No harm, no foul. I think both teams are going to be pretty happy with the way that played out. MOUZ just a one casualty, and now we shall see the guns coming out for Heroic. Now for the CTs, you see the MP9 in play. The FAMAS in the hands of Brolin.
Are you a fan of that ass?
I'm indeed a FAMAS.
Yeah. Well, Shuey cleans up Dexter. It's a good start here for MOUZ. Nertz already through short. He's charging up. Got a decent amount of control here. The rest of his teammates filtering in. Well, that smokes up in middle. And they're going to be challenging in towards the setup. So Torji and Shuey, they've got a setup with rifles here at range, Blah. It looks pretty solid, especially because you have Brolin to call for it long, too.
He's also upgraded his FAMAS into the AK-47. It's a good, quick reaction from Heroic to go fast towards short, but then they slowed it down. That's going to allow MOUZ to have a pretty solid setup. Another smoke coming in. The cheeky boost should
the boost is sick. That's going to draw it right back into a 4v4 off the back of that. Now Shuey at ramp. Minute left on the clock. Fire not extending to his toes, and Shuey gets a double just because of that. A little sanctuary spot for him to stand in. And Tessus is left now in the 1v4. He'll grab one headshot, but couldn't get back to Shuey, who picks himself up a 4K on the A-site defense.
Beautifully done by Shuey, but yeah, as you pointed out, the Molotov, it was a little too deep, a couple of inches too deep, providing Shuey the little bit of foothold there to get the 3K from. And you can see the plays from Heroic once it started charging in towards the A-bomb side. They weren't really considering the possibility of Shuey being towards ramp because they killed the player towards Goose. They knew the only other possibility was maybe one on the bomb side or towards Car. So 2 free kills for Shuey. A bit of a tiny little mistake being made by Heroic. And they will be punished. And that's the thing when you go up against MOUZ. Those tiny little mistakes you make will get punished, as many a team have found out recently. And with that, no bomb planted. There's a couple of kills. Just the pistols again. A rough start for Heroic on their map pick, and we did have this discussion with Duster coming in, which map are they going to be heading towards. The Newcastle map they like to play as a first pick, but you don't want to go up against MOUZ on that. Dust 2, that was a gamble. That was a curveball. But sometimes when you throw a curveball, Dinko, they can go all the way around and smack you straight in the face.
Yep, or the back of the head if it's got a big curve on it.
Yeah, just orbit around the Earth and like.
Yep. So maybe your head's so big it's got its own gravitational pull.
Gravity. How does it work, Dinko?
Not a clue, Blah.
Actually, I don't think anyone knows even now. Which is wild. Here we go.
Apples
just the pistols.
Freeze, brother.
Indeed, they do, Dinko.
Yeah. Brolin applying some pressure towards long. Insertion. Just having a little spam through him. We've seen a lot of smoke kills yesterday.
Exertion's been phenomenal recently.
It really has.
Yeah.
He's figured it out with this roster, the way he wants to play.
It's kind of scary, right? Like, as you look at...
Oh, Shush is sharp today, isn't he?
Dude, I was about to say, you look at Broland. Right before I said his name, boom, dead. Sorry, bro.
Land.
That's an AK picked up.
Yeah, Shuey not to smoke out long. Torres needs to be careful. He tries to fake that he could have possibly dropped off, but he's not sticking around, and that hunt is coming in from Tessus. He doesn't get the kill, but he's pretty effective in forcing the AWPer back into a more passive position, and that gives space for Heroic to play with. 45 seconds remaining. Now, there is that AK-47 in the hands of Dexter, but everybody else is still on a pistol.
It's going to be a mid to B.
There's only 35 seconds to do it.
They have a smoke.
Here they come. Xerxes, you mentioned how fantastic he's been. And he's going to play disciplined. Keep them back, damage them up as they try and encroach upon the B-bomb site from the ramp. He'll drop into the bomb site itself, play from the car, get another pick, and leave it on young Jimmy to clean up the rest. Jimmy goes and nearly transfers back to that window drop from Dexter. But with 14 seconds left, it's a 1v2 that Dexter could possibly win here. He goes for the fake plan. He wants to go for the fight, but the flash is absolutely perfect. It catches him just as he exits window and removes any chance of a hero play.
I don't think the flash was a proper flash either. I think they kind of fluffed that.
Yeah, and it works out really well for them.
Kind of expensive round, all things considered there. But yeah, at least some of the individuals on the side of Heroic, they're looking a little bit sharp despite the fact they haven't really found much success so far. Screamer of a shot by Shush. That was Brolan earlier. And that's keeping their the economy of the CTs slightly reasonable. You can see Torji and Jimmy a little low on funds. This looks like a faster... I thought it was going to be a bit of a faster play towards speed. They did show a bit of presence towards long, where a lot of utility being deployed over there. Heroic, they're going to slow it down. No B rushes here, Dinka.
Brushes. Tassis in behind the mid door. Flash is going to remove Torji's vision. The Hungarian crosses around the corner.
This is how...
Oh, indeed. Shuei with a big shot. Second. Sharper even. And he'll even go for 3 until taken out by Tesses. Heroic are in a 3v4 situation that exertion might extend in favor of MOUZ, but he goes forward. That was the bomb carrier. If he dropped Tesses, that would be the round, but Tesses still fighting. He's lost another one of his teammates in the meantime towards long and has now flashed himself, but luckily still alive. So he will cross into the bomb site, use the smoke for temporary cover. In fact, he wants to try and take the fight at long, realizing drawing this into a 2v2 would be perfect, but Brolan has evaded his vision and has now got ever closer to the bomb site, possibly closer than Tessis could even consider. And that's a headshot for Brolan that'll lock in the round with Torsi in mid.
That is so well played by Brolan. He gets the first kill. He knows his team is going to be traded, pivoting back towards the A bomb site. And the way he plays the timing, the footsteps. He hears you hear the footsteps of the player coming into the bomb site, tucks right in towards CT, towards elevator, waits, uses a smoke against his opposition. And they had no idea how close he was towards ramp, but Shuei out of nowhere. I didn't even see him then shorting.
Yeah, Shuei just makes some bangers happen. He usually gets a third kill there too, but this is really well played from Brolan. Just being a little sneaky around that smoke, using the geometry as cover. And now with a 5-0 start, MOUZ feeling very good about the beginning of this semi-final. Heroic yet to win a round. It's another bye for Heroic. This time they got plenty of utility. A little bit of a pace change as Tesses cracks open that initial B defender. Xerxion's close by to try and stop them from rushing in towards this B bomb site. And the utility will slow Heroic down, but I think they'll be fine playing this 5v4 with a minute 35 left.
That's a hell of a shot. That's not easy at all. And that's what we've been missing from Tesses all this while, right? He's been struggling quite a bit in some of these opening duels.
Yesterday, when they started to turn it around, though, versus MIPR, I think Tessis did become a pivotal player when it comes to these opening fights. He was winning a lot of duels on Ancient in particular, where you think he's not going to be able to clear these angles, but he just cleaves right through them.
He was, what, 1-13 in Vertigo yesterday?
Yeah, he had a real tough time on map 1 of that series.
Yeah, but he woke up, and this time around against MOUZ, you need to wake up. You need to have woken up 5 hours ago, Dinko.
Well, Heroic have to convert this 5v4, man. If they lose a 4v5 situation, this is going to be rough.
It did look like a bit of a retake setup, but because they have some bit
Torchi's AWP's here, dude. Oh, it's going to be so difficult now to get through that because Xerxion's at car. And now, yeah, you got to make the decision to get out of there.
Abort mission. Get out of there right now. Fast pivot back towards A. But look at the smoke timing. The smoke towards short from Shuhei. That's going to buy them even further time. It's going to be down to just 15 seconds for Heroic to brute force their way into this A bomb site. And I love some Shuhei. Flashing toss to his teammate to help him out when he takes these duels.
And there's still 2 players towards A. MOUZ, despite having less players, has done a fantastic job and making it feel like they have more presence than they really do, with 2 players in either bomb site. And Heroic are coming back in. There's those 15 seconds you mentioned, Blah. And time is ticking, but they get through the bomb site, they get through Shuei, and now Brolan dead at long. There's no other option but to save these weapons, surely, in this 2v4. Bomb is down. Heroic have found the way through. And finally, they get around the board.
That is such an important kill to be found there by Kixon. onto a Shuhei, right? Captain to captain action, because if he gets at least one kill...
What a time to get your first kill, right?
Yeah, like that was a must-win round. Sorry, must-get-kill, I guess. Wait, is that right?
Both.
Both. Yep, absolutely. And also the timing on the flank, they're taking down Dexter. Very, very well constructed by Heroic, because it did look like they were going to be walking once more into the slaughter with a butcher-ish, but first round for Heroic.
Oh, swimming pool getting disrupted.
Yeah, Jasmine doesn't seem to enjoy
people standing on the pool, man. She could be a great lifeguard, pool attendant.
The point of pool attendant is to, you know, allow people into the pool. So if you don't allow people into the pool, you're not really doing a job, are you?
Unless you're the defender of the pool, the infinity pool. The
dead pool.
What's the pool of youth? Of eternal youth?
The Fountain of Youth.
Yeah, the Fountain of Youth.
Or if you're referencing Ra's al Ghul from DC Comics, it is the what is it called? Let me Google that real quick.
Ra's al Ghul, played by Liam Neeson in the movie Batman Begins. Fantastic film.
I think this is the best one in the trilogy.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson is generally just fantastic.
Yeah, his the Lazarus pits, that's what it's called. That's where that's the pool where they bathe and he rejuvenates himself every time.
That'd be kind of cool.
Lazarus pit. Although it does also make you go a little mad.
Well, the player breaks this June, Bly. Would you like to go hunt for the Fountain of Youth with me?
Where?
We can go hunt for the Fountain of Youth.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah, we can heal that ankle of yours.
Absolutely. Yes.
Put one little dip in that.
Also be perennially, also look perennially young. It sounds great. Although that means that you get carded every single time for the rest of your life.
That still happens, Blah.
That
still happens to me. It probably will for a while. But it's a good thing.
It's a good thing. I mean, I got carded recently. I was first.
I don't know why they did that.
Shocked. And after that, I was like, damn.
Hey,
I'll take that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You just kept hitting on you, Blah.
Who was hitting on me?
The ID checker.
Yeah.
The best compliment you've had.
Thanks, man. Especially working in esports. I'll take that.
Twitch chat probably saying all kinds of nasty things about you right now.
Yeah, well, you know what? I love Twitch chat.
Yeah, you sit there reading it all day.
Yeah, all day, every day. That's
any questions you've got for Blah, find him in the Twitch chat. He'll answer them all.
Yeah, if there's a if there's going to be a bit of a technical issue, which I had a couple here in this tournament. If you have any questions for Dinko and myself, just let me know. As long as it's something I can answer live.
If not, you can DM him. Blah answers everybody. Isn't that right, Blah?
That is true. I answer every question. When I say an AMA is ask me anything, not AMAA, ask me almost anything. So when you say an AMA and refuse to answer a question, I'm sorry, you're doing it wrong.
Oh, right now, this tech issue has brought us to a grinding halt.
You can hear the knives, though.
Yeah, we can hear the knives flickering, so at least the server still exists. As soon as we get information, we will pass that along to you guys. And Saul looks happy. He looks like he's still having a grand old time.
Vrick asks, how do I break my ankle? I broke my ankle going bouldering, climbing with Scrawny and Launders. And it was a fun time. It was a great time. Dinko was there as well. And turns out I'm pretty good at climbing, but I'm really bad at coming back down.
Yeah, you're really good at getting up there, but yeah, coming down, pretty tough.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Fall backwards, Blah falls forward every time.
Blah, where would you take Dinko on a date? Mate, every day's a date. But I would like to take him to a nice...
You took me to an Indian hospital.
I took him to an Indian hospital. I've taken him to an Indian restaurant.
That was romantic, wasn't it?
That was very romantic, just sitting there, holding his hands while...
Blah,
5
am I going to make it? Am I going to be okay, Blah?
Blah, I'm throwing up blood. What did he give you last night? I'm like, mate...
You ordered the salad, bro.
I didn't order a... Yeah, exactly. He ordered a salad. Why would you order a salad?
Not on me.
Just get the food, like cooked food. That was pretty romantic. I think when you take someone, to the hospital room, you really start to bond with that person. All right, where else we got here?
Can't say that one.
I can't say that one.
Is that the end of the questions, Blah?
Okay. My top. I don't think anyone's going to be interested in this. My favorite top 3 bands in the past 20 years. I think 20 years. Wow. Wow, that's like from 2004. In my head, 20 years. Oh, 1995. I think Mastodon. Even though I think they're a little old, I think Mastodon's great. Any modern metal bands? I don't know. I don't like a lot of modern metal music.
Well, all right, then just give them your top bands then, Blair.
My top bands of all. Oh, Iron Maiden, Megadeth, Death. They're two different bands, Kev. It's not the same band.
Megadeth, just death, but I like it when it's bigger.
Yeah. It's not just Death. It's Megadeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, better than Metallica any day.
That's very metal.
Denko, what's your favorite team?
My favorite, Counter-Strike team?
Yeah, I guess.
As a commentator, I have no favorites. I am impartial, but my favorite team is FaZe. I just think they're the most fun to watch, you know?
I think my favorite all-time team has to be that Fnatic team. The bullshit Fnatic
Oh,
team.
yeah. I probably should have picked like
Flusha.
an all-team, right?
I mean, they're legit the most fun BS team of all time. And they were the bad guys of, Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they were the villains. That flush little no at the camera, well, that was fantastic. But unfortunately, guys, we have a bit of an extended break here. So we're going to go to a break. We're going to try and get this tech issue resolved, and then we will return to the action. Welcome back, everybody. It's time to get the action underway.
Yeehaw!
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
5-1, MOUZ in the semi-final. What a start they've had. Heroic have just won their first round, and then there was a big old tech issue, but that's now resolved. Shuei's got himself into the pit. So Brolin close by, utility being dumped into the longhouse, and he flicks on up for the fight. Oh, he's completely blinded. Nerds has killed his own teammate. Oh my god, what an absolute mess. This is finally, there will be a moment to breathe as Torchi's going to go back in towards CT. That was chaos.
I won't lie, I kind of missed the long deals of Dust 2. It's so messy. And even with all the utility protocols you might have, it does come down to pure chaos at times. Against Shuei, sorry, Torchi, tagged down to 40 HP. Going to be playing a very safe.
Oh, time for Shush to go back, Jimmy. Oh, his tip is just too big. He gets spotted around that corner, and Jimmy is down. And that's going to be Shush knocking him out of it. Now it's 2v3 ahead of this, with under a minute left on the clock. Heroic certainly have the advantage at the moment. Zershin could change that as he comes back through short. He's heard that utility. He hears the steps, and now coming back to peek at his Shush. Fortunately for him, he doesn't go down in that fight versus Zershin. And Shush will eventually take the kill. Torchi took damage early on, so I don't think he feels good about going for this. But what was that? That was just a next day delivery from Shush.
Yeah, Shush probably, just trying to...
Does that make it interesting for Torchi to go for this?
No way he's going to win this. He's been hurt. I think. Yeah, he's been hurt.
He's coming out long. Maybe just going for an exit here. He'll back away and save the AWP. So we're looking at 5-2. Heroic put 2 rounds in a row together, and it's Shush finding impact again.
Shush has just been finding impact left, right, and center. We saw it yesterday as well against MIBR, and right here was catching the timing early on. He realizes, oh, the double peek.
The double peek indeed, and Torchi's AWP is not carried over. They've actually done a great job here, taking away a lot of the money that MOUZ had built up over those first 5 rounds. What's the 2K average in the bank now for these MOUZ players?
It should be an eco coming out from MOUZ, and 2 back-to-back from Heroic, some signs of life. And here's the thing for MOUZ, they're being a little predictable in these in his buy rounds, where they're having this heavy lean towards long, meaning your mid is kind of susceptible to a bit of a faster play. That's what Shush did over there. You saw all the chaos unfolding towards long, and yeah, this one should be easy. I'm expecting MOUZ to maybe switch things up here in the way they want to approach that long take. Maybe not allocate so many resources there. You can even give it up at times and try to approach it differently. But if you're going to continue fighting over there, that means your mid, your tunnel is susceptible for one of the Heroic players trying to find a timing. And that's what Shush did that previous round. So expect something a little bit more different from MOUZ. Maybe an early, maybe just a long player throwing a bit of utility and just delaying things, not really looking to take a fight, and maybe a heavier lean towards mid from MOUZ come round number 9. For the time being, though, this one should be a very comfortable one, Dinko. One final question from the chat, which I saw before we had to go to the break, was which player in the server would be the best at bouldering or climbing?
Maybe Nerds, because he's lightweight. Looks like he's got long limbs. That could be a pretty good build for climbing, right? I'm not too sure.
Right, it's really hard to say. I saw some climbers over there who look. I saw this 12-year-old kid who was able to climb better than you could.
I didn't look at that, Blood.
I saw it. It was exactly the same one where you failed at. This 12-year-old kid just clambers up.
Didn't happen.
Well, you know what they say. Can't see it, never happened.
Exactly.
Clean stuff from Nerds. Found a little bit of cash there.
You just sit there with your sore ankle, Blood. Been having to limp around with you all week.
Yeah, man. I refuse to use a walking cane. I think that would literally make me realize about...
Although yesterday you were running around, and then suddenly you're getting into the car, your ankle hurts again. You can't sit in the middle seat.
So that's because I was, I had a couple of brews. I was feeling great and walking around. And then later on, I'm like, oh no.
Oh no.
The pain.
Can't sit. Well, here we go. Dexter, nice shot through those mid doors. That's a nice little taste of retro Dust 2, isn't it? The mid-cross coming in again. Dexter lining the shot up and absolutely destroying the legs of Yimfat. But fortunately, he'll stick around.
He's going to be limping as well, Denko.
He will be limping, yeah.
Straight on the ankle.
He's got the powers of youth and regeneration, though.
Keep an eye on towards long, where it is a bit of a standoff between Brolan. I believe that is Shush. And eventually it's going to come to a head. Meanwhile, a bit of presence towards mid. And depending on if they find a pick, Heroic are going to decide whether they want to go for this mid to B play or go for the A pincer. And now, if you look at where Shuhei is, playing inside a CT spawn, A short is once again open for the taking. And this has been the point of entry for Heroic for a lot of the rounds we've seen so far.
Brolin enters the smoke at long. Nertz and Shush on the other side, and this clear will confirm the free kill on Brolin. And now Torsi has to try and clean up this mess at long, but he's caught by the flash, and the peek is perfect from Nertz. That second kill will really assist him in the last 30 seconds here. It must be a stronghold from Shuhei, and it isn't. He's gone without a fight. Zershin now has to do absolutely everything. And with that smoke being saved over, Heroic have some comfort to try and cross. It's blown open. And there's still time, even with that nade breaking open the smoke, to get across safely and have enough time to plan. Kixan's cutting off that mid-play, Zershin's down. And MOUZ not being able to keep up this strong start that they had. 5 in a row is now 4 in a row for Heroic.
And Heroic, they've been so very patient in the way they're approaching this this T side, despite being, as you said, despite being down 5-0. The last few rounds have been textbook CS coming out from them. You could see Brolan towards long, trying to catch a timing, but Heroic are so patient. They're waiting, biding their time, waiting for MOUZ to use up all the utility they have, and also after that, just working together, you know, catching the players off guard. And I'm actually not a big fan of how some of the MOUZ players are individually being adventurous. You want to work in pairs, you want to maybe use up some of utility early on to get that control. So getting punished and getting outplayed by Heroic, and bit of aggressive, fast posturing towards B. For MOUZ, it's just the pistols, and Heroic gonna tie things up, Dinka. I didn't expect that.
Ooh, a shot is good. That is Nertz down to 11 health off the back of the tag of the scout. Infat, blow for blow. He's down to 10. Heroic have infiltrated this B bomb site. Testis will go ahead and plant that bomb without issue. MOUZ not finding anything. Quick idea, quick decision. And the decisiveness allows Heroic to have a comfortable setup in this round. MOUZ considering now just backing away. Brolin is dropped from Shush. He's now locking him in top middle. He's about to have a field day. A couple of pistols going towards him. It should be nice and easy for this AK-47. He's worried about being flanked at long, so he'll change up his position just in time. He wants to try and keep this AK and not let it go into the hands of the MOUZ players. Shush is always a very intelligent player when it comes to that department. And he peeks long. Catches out the low HP of Jimmy, so K47 will be carried over by Shush without getting picked up by any of these MOUZ players, and the scoreline is now tied up.
Just an indication as to how dominant Heroic have been in the past few rounds. Not just the scoreline, but look at the money on some of the players over here. You have Dexter on almost 14,000. You have Nertz. Everyone just sitting over the 10K mark. You just take a look at the money right there, and this is before they won the round, right? So an average of 10K in each and every one of the Heroic players is very indicative of how dominant they have been. And that, I guess, a technical timeout, Dinko, give them a little bit of time to reset. And now they're playing their game. And MOUZ looking a little human, a little mortal.
Not so much like a MOUZ these days. Well, it's good to see that Heroic are going to be putting a fight on Dust 2. This is the map in particular. We thought we might be able to see Heroic give MOUZ an uncomfortable time on. It's still yet to be seen if they get to win the map, but certainly the signs are painting a pretty picture for them. One of a competitive nature. And Shush, we've seen him get the AWP a few times for Heroic. When he gets the spawn for it, he can definitely crack open this long position, but with that smoke blown and Shush kind of catching the tail end of that flashbang, it's an uncomfortable spot for Shush on the AWP, and he's unable to connect. So Brolin is giving the opening kill, and Heroic haven't been able to even recover that AWP. So it's a tough start to the round here for Heroic. Maybe Dexter can pull that back over towards B. He's searching for it, and he gets the chance. The peek is quick from Zershin, so Dexter unable to react in time and accurately enough to be able to pick that kill up and draw it back to a 4v4. Torji's worried about short. Now, you did mention previously, Blair, we've seen Heroic kind of getting that mid-control quite quickly now. And they tested Torji in the same position a couple of gun rounds ago, and Torji missed the shot at short. He does so again. So it's a bit uncomfortable here for MOUZ. They've lost Catwalk.
It's a hard shot to hit as well, and Dexter, oh man. This is ballsy. Exchange of incendiaries. He's gonna flush him back again. He's making his presence felt. That's gonna allow his teammates to creep out towards mid.
And Kixan charging his way through middle, up the B ramp now. Zershin trying to focus on the tunnel, but he's lost Yimfat, which means he has to worry about two sides and realizes that's uncomfortable. So go for the fight versus Dexter. AWP is overwhelmed and overrun, and they're into the bomb side at B here, Heroic. The Molotov will keep Zershin pinned back in tunnels for the time being, but he's done a great job, and Tesses looks to address him. He comes up from lower. Zershin is gone, so Tesses now can move into this position, and Heroic can breathe easy knowing tunnels is covered off by their teammate. All the remaining players in MOUZ have to come in from the same side, and that's either through the window or the double doors to this B bomb site. And we know how difficult it is, how impossible it is to retake this B site on Dust 2, so you've got to save these weapons when those fights don't go well for you.
Yeah, it's Shohei falling as well. And things have just completely turned on its head. 5-0, Dinko. It looked like MOUZ were in cruise control.
And this was with an opening kill.
Yes, yes indeed. And just the consistent pressure that the Heroic players are individually exerting all over the map. You could see how Dexter single-handedly towards tunnels were keeping the two players there pinned down. Mid was completely free for the taking for the T's, and a very important find there by Nerds onto Jimmy. I'm actually not a big fan of how Jimmy took that particular fight towards window, because once he's taken down, the other defender, I think it was Tessus on a B bomb side, he had to make a play. Now, he did get that kill onto Dexter, which is fortunate, but still, it was such an untenable position to work with, and Dexter opening it up as Torji will be found. Heroic are really starting to wake up now.
Yeah, it's a great start here for Heroic, untraded by MOUZ. Mid has been the problem, they've been unable to address it.
Nice find.
Zershin, yet again, another pick for him towards tunnels. It's Nerds that goes down this time, and Shuei, it's a little bit dangerous, but it's exciting. But he's gone into the smoke because they've just crossed him. They've killed Jimfat, and he's wondering how the hell has that happened, but there's no way they expect Shuei. There's no way they expect him in this position. He's gathered information that that wasn't the player that killed Jimfat, but it doesn't really matter because Zershin's cleaned up the tunnels. He's pushed into lower, and they try to get towards him, and they've been forced away. Zershin has won this round on his own, basically. That's an incredible, aggressive maneuver from Zershin.
That was crazy in mid. Shohei trying to catch the timing, pushing in through the smoke. And even though...
Poor Jimmy.
Yeah, it sucks to be Jimmy, but it's fine. He's able to recover, and Zershin pushing in tunnels as well. This is something MOUZ haven't really been doing quite a lot in a lot of these rounds, because you can see Heroic go for more of a default approach. You'd have someone going towards long, and have someone just holding towards tunnels and a heavy presence towards mid. But this time, because of a slightly faster approach towards mid, because they got that first kill, allowing a little bit of a window for Exertion to push in towards tunnels and catching the players off guard. Just might as well go for this. 20 seconds on the clock. You have all the money in the world come the next round.
And dead indeed. Good recovery to the round there for Zershin. Wanted to get an extra for MOUZ at the half. But a competitive game of Counter-Strike we've got here in the semi-finals.
I thought it's one more round remaining. My brain is fried, Dinko.
It's all good, Blah.
Thanks, man. These are the positive words of affirmation that MOUZ needs.
It's all good? That's all they need?
Yeah, it's all good, guys. It's fine. We're able to at least tie things up. It didn't completely spiral out of control. The CT side from Heroic yesterday was great to watch. You could see, again, Shush was finding so much of impact, and Dexter especially. And considering some of the shots he's hitting right now here on the T side, once he gets his hands on that AWP, it's not going to be easy for MOUZ. One player I'm looking at is Exertion. He is going to be pivotal.
He was at the end there of the half, wasn't he, towards B?
I think it was maybe a little too quiet there, but then again, T-side is where he can just run amok, just try and manufacture his duels on his own. It's not quite done yet, job's not over. But for Heroic, a great resurgence.
Coach is definitely making the most of this little halftime break. Cyclone drilling out the orders for the T side. Interested to see this T side from MOUZ against Heroic again.
Yeah, a lot of words being said and exchanged.
6-6. As tight as you can get it. It was 5 rounds in a row for both teams. Actually, Heroic got 6 in a row, didn't they?
Yep. Yes,
so
it did.
it was not 5. Well, I suppose there was a 5 in there. It was 5 in a row until it was 6 in a row. Well, second half underway. And it's going to be Joel Beretta's setup on Kicksan and Dexter. And Dexter's going to run into the lower tunnels, looking to crack open the first attacker. But MOUZ have not been spotted in tunnels just yet. And all this information is being picked up by JimFat. He hears them running around tunnels. He hears 2 players in there. And that can be communicated back to the rest of his team.
And look at that. Look at the rotation back towards B. Jimmy did make a single sound. I'm actually a little surprised that the Heroic players, well, the 2 players with the duels, once they made their way to the upper tunnels, they continue to run around instead of maybe that, okay, there could be someone waiting outside. Let's start walking right now. So he doesn't know where we've disappeared to, right?
So they've offered up all of that information for free.
And there's only 1 in B, and it's Dexter.
Yeah, and Xerxes is trying to sell the fake out. He does a good job despite dying. Now Dexter has absolutely everybody else charging at him, and the Joel Berettas, they unleash. They only get 1 kill out of it. JimFat and Brolin taking a couple of lives with them. This B bomb site has fallen under wraps. MOUZ into the site, but the bomb is not planted yet, and that still makes Heroic feel like they can go for this one. Tessus right through the windows, right through the eyes of Brolin. That plant is cancelled yet again. JimFat with that flick back down to Tessus. It's impressive. And now Nertz wants to try and get a piece of the action, and he gets a taste of JimFat's P250.
Welcome to Jimmy, baby. That was some beautiful stuff from Jimmy. Pretty much single-handedly won that pistol for Heroic. The information outside the tunnels, and then some clean, unplayable shots with a P250.
Yeah, MOUZ picking that one up quite comfortably off the back of Jimmy at the end.
Disgusting.
Sick work. And that's MOUZ back into the lead. Heroic love the second round force on the CT side when they lose the pistol. Going for it this time. Xerxes out long, and it's Dexter the false victim first. The MAC-10 just runs right through him. 5v4 looking to be converted here from MOUZ. So much time to do it as well.
We've seen how deadly Heroic can be in some of these half buys. These low ones. Nertz crossing smoke, going to completely obscure his vision. He does have that flashbang to help out Kicksan. But MOUZ are being very methodical, very, very slow. Control a pit now. They also have someone all the way towards tunnels, mind you.
Yeah, JimFat in the tunnels. Chops open Tessus. Sneaky beaky like from Kicksan. He pops his head up. Instantly taken out. And at range, the MAC-10 still does great work, it would seem, for Exertion. Made that look like he had a rifle.
My MAC-10 doesn't do that. I know he didn't have any head armor, but still,
it's like a little grape just being popped. Yeah, that's it. Onomatopoeia, thank you, Bleh.
Thank you. It's a beautiful word, isn't it?
Yeah, like a Foley sound artist.
Kapow, pow.
That does seem like a pretty fun job, being a Foley sound artist for a movie or something. Like, you just have to try and bang stuff around and figure out.
Some of the stuff they've done.
I need to make this a thing.
Do you know how they made the sound of the lightsaber?
I watched a documentary on it, but I've forgotten exactly what it was.
It's a vacuum tubes inside the old CRT TVs.
Okay, like, it's crazy. How do you even come up with that?
I'm like, how do you think of that?
Yeah, how do you go, oh, maybe that'll make that noise?
Well, that force was splat.
You know how they make a lot of the rain sounds as well? Like, if you listen to rain sounds on Spotify or YouTube, etc.
Yeah.
They fry food. And then it's actually just like the oil kind of spitting or frying food.
You just completely ruined every rainy mood video.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, imagine I'm walking around in the rain, and actually it's just fried chicken on the pan, you know? Have a listen next time.
Screw you, man. by Torji.
Ooh, dude, he's 7 health off the back of that nade stack. He's calling the rest of his teammates, guys, maybe we shouldn't go long. Everyone's kind of feels like everyone's long, but that's not to be the case actually, because Heroic have got still a few members spread across the map, 2 in the B bomb site, and 1 now playing aggressively towards short. That's Tesses. He's towards CT. Excuse me.
Brolan.
And he's still got a quick rotation to either side of the map, and he'll be smoked out now. Brolan's aggression towards long, walking right into the Galil Shush. That grenade, you thought, might just catch Shush out. I thought it would on 19 health, but Shush was able to get far enough away from it. Kixan, ooh, he doesn't want to become a barbecue Kixan, but it doesn't really matter because Zershin is just running around with a MAC-10. Unleashed, cleaning up. And these USPs don't get much done. Good idea with the nade stack. It's always worth chucking those into long and seeing what you get out of it.
Like what, you expended $600, almost got a kill. Worth the investment, but does look like everyone else is gonna stay alive. You can see Shui a bit on a hunt, although I would rather Exertion be the one to take the lead. With that MAC-10, found a little bit of cash. They have spotted one of the CTs, probably know where the second one is as well, and MOUZ are gonna extend the lead, Dinko. 9-6, but now, this is what I'm excited about. Heroic CT side. It looked pretty good yesterday against some IBR.
Ooh, long range fight still with the MAC-10. Shui and Brolan coming to clean up with their big boy guns. A lot of money built up by Zershin of the last 2 here with that MAC-10. He's loving the money he's got out of it. Nice and clean there from Exertion. 9-6. So MOUZ have clean starts to both halves. Heroic finally get the guns out. This is where it all went wrong for MOUZ, if you remember in the first. Potentially a similar story could unfold here if Heroic can get the ball rolling quickly. On the gun rounds on the CT side, that's Brolan attempting the fight at long. Dexter will make sure Shui does get no closer through short position, and Nertz catches towards these, so it instantly looks perfect from Heroic.
That is just multiple fights being taken on multiple fronts.
And Heroic winning every single one of them.
Ooh, Dexter probably wasn't expecting a slow peak coming in from Exertion, and all of a sudden, kicks in. Oh, what a shot! Should get the second as well.
Oh my god.
Beautiful from Kixon in the fire and flames, Dinko. Call him Daenerys.
Yeah, definitely call him Daenerys. Comes out looking naked. He's got himself a big headshot right there. That first little tap was clean, and he stayed control for that second.
It looks so uncomfortable, right, with the Molotov coming in. But Dexter, this is what I expect to see from Dexter coming in. You know, he's going to be single-handedly taking duels, holding these aggressive angles. And despite a bit of a scare there, Kixon. Beautiful work coming out from the IGL. Now, for Heroic, because the second round was... sorry, for MOUZ, because the second round was so very clean, they will, of course, have ample money.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bonus. That was a bit of a bonus, wasn't it? Keep the Galils.
And still have a little bit more cash remaining in the coffers after that buy.
Well, that's a very blue AK-47 case hardened, Mr. Jim Fat.
You jelly?
Yeah, very. And here comes Kixan through CT spawn. It's 1 kill. Zershin has to tread it. Does so swiftly. Not to be confused with Swifties.
Saw a lot of Swifties yesterday.
Yeah, we did. They're everywhere.
That is scary. What is also...
There's secret Swifties too, man. Like some of your friends, you don't even know it, but they're Swifties.
Yeah, people be shocked and surprised to find out some people in the CS Counter-Strike industry who are Swifties.
I don't know about you, but I'm happy to see Dust too. And now Torzy, ready to go ahead into the tunnels. Good peek. Okay,
what?
Just about got back in time for that shot. Shush goes down. Brolan cleans up the B defense. Nertz will fall second, and there's no other option. You gotta save these weapons.
That's beautiful. That's shot by Torzy, getting dinked, getting the kill. And what I love even more than that, with the other 2 players just charging in, just running on in, knowing there's only 1 player right now. He might have a nade out, or he's not going to be ready or in a good position, and getting that kill instantly. That was simple, it was clean, and MOUZ get it done. Double digits for young Jimmy and his boys.
Yeah, bursting through the B-bomb side there at the end. If you aren't just tuning in and wondering the context of the matchup, you're currently watching, this is the semi-final of the BetBoom Dacha Belgrade 2024. It's the second semi-final. We already have Spirit winning in that grand final. We knew they would be in that. We just knew when the tournament started it had to be a Spirit final. And MOUZ are the expected victors of semi-final number 2. This is the first map, Dust 2. The second, which I'm very excited for, Blah. It's actually going to be the pick of MOUZ.
Yes, indeed, Dinko. Yes, indeed. I love this field. It's so unfortunate for Nerds. He wasn't expecting them to just rush on in real quickly. And buy should be in the cards here. Shush can buy for himself. Tessus can drop one for Mr. Kixan. Yeah, there was a Taylor Swift concert last night here, right?
Where? In Belgrade?
Yeah, in Belgrade.
No.
Wasn't?
No.
I thought there was.
It was in Stockholm.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But we did see a lot of Swifties around anyway. I think they're flying to Stockholm for it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Such a tortured poet.
Yeah. Enough about Miss Swift. 10-7 though. It's MOUZ who are starting to take control of this play. And it does feel like if they win this round, if MOUZ pick this up, Heroic will be in a tough old hole.
Oh, the preemptive smoke with Molotov. Thank God for the flash at long. Or else I fear Shush would be in a wall of pain, but he will survive. He's been really good at the T side towards long doors, but CD side, not really seeing too much of action here. Nerds towards lower tunnels. The two players, the two Ts, they're getting harassed. Kixan gets a little overeager, finds a bullet in his skull, but Nerds will reply back.
Nerds now going into the lower tunnels. Hasn't quite got the courage to go around the top of the stairway yet. Nerds taking down his countryman. Big Shuey is gone to Dexter's AWP. Now, when you mentioned how important this round is for Heroic, they lose this, it's incredibly likely MOUZ will start pushing towards 12.
This fight's everything, Dingo.
And this fight could decide the round just like that. And Tess says strong positioning. You see how uncomfortable Brolin is going out there drive, worrying about so many different positions.
When you're going to be creeping up from long doors and you have no one to trade with you or no utility to back you up, you just have to kind of gamble on an angle and just go out swing. If you just kind of feel a little jiggly and walking on out, you will be done for. Torji finding Shusha, that's big.
Yeah, the
oh, the timing.
That'll cause the rotation of Nerds back up to the window. Ow. And the timing push for Yimfat to take him out of the play. Tess says aggressive at long. He moved at the right time.
He's so low.
Yeah, Torsi now with a clutch ahead of him. The Hungarian is hungry for this 1v2. 22 health left. He goes for the peek. He's now off ammo, though. He's got to go for the reload, right?
Oh, my God.
One bullet left in it. Now they push in. That grenade goes forward. He has to switch to the sidearm, and the pistol isn't enough. Tesses hits the headshot, wins the essential round win for Heroic. And the Dane celebrates because, damn, that was close. Torsi had it in him.
Dude, like, how did they both stay alive? I think a combined HP of less than 10 in that 1v2 at the very end.
Yeah, you thought that grenade had spelled the end for them, but it doesn't. There was so many moments you thought it was over, and then Torsi decides to try and get them back into the fight. Yimfat catches Nerds climbing up the window, but Tesses was definitely the MVP of this one. Not only did he close the clutch, but he also got the kill on Brolin at long, he got the kill in middle, and then the 1v1 fight against Torsi right at the end there.
That was nuts. Yeah, Tesses getting that kill at mid onto Jimmy was everything. If he dies there, the round is lost, and what a robbery it would have been by MOUZ. Nice try by Torji, though. Holy hell. Even after getting legged by Dexter through the double doors, able to bring it down to the 1v1. But it was not to be. Heroic survive. But MOUZ still have that lead.
Yeah, MOUZ still have money too, Bly, and that's the worrying part here for Heroic. You still got a good buy to compete against. And you've had to take some hits. You know, FAMAS has pulled out here for Kixan. Overall, still a good buy for them. And Torsi's searching for that opening kill towards B. No peeks from any of the B defenders for Heroic. Shush plays instead from the car. And Kixan just jump spotting lower. He'll toss that grenade as soon as he spots ahead. And it's perfect for Kixan. Oh, max damage on towards Xertion. He's down to 53 health off the back of that. And he gets taken out by Nerds.
This is a standoff.
This is like a spaghetti western right here.
But if Shush actually would have, he has the angle dominance on Torji here. If he swings out, he should spot the player. Okay.
Okay. Straight through the wickets with that one.
What was Nerds thinking? Like, he got a teammate that was just swinging out double doors.
Yimfat's coming on out in front of the attack. Shush playing a card is about to be cleared out by Yimfat. Damage done, but no kill from the Finn. And Shush can now hide in behind the windows of the car. It's perfect cover, set up with a distraction of his teammates. On the outside of the B bomb site, Heroic are holding on. 4 players still up. 40 seconds left in the round. There's a player for Brolan coming in elsewhere on the other side. He's dropping down, but he's caught by Tesses once again. An impactful kill from Tesses that stops this round getting out of control. There may have been a nice shot from Torzi, but it's not going to matter in the long run. It is 10 rounds to 9. MOUZ still with the lead, but money is starting to fall apart because they didn't get a bomb plant in this round.
Did Shush staying alive?
I can't believe he stays alive.
That is everything. How does he get that second kill?
I have no idea.
How was that traded?
He just sits behind the car. Like, it makes it difficult, I guess, to hit his head and just trying to search for that angle while you're distracted with shots coming in from window and double doors. It's kind of crazy he gets away with it.
Shui actually gets a kill on the Nerds through double doors, and the fact that he's not able to convert it on, just get the trade onto Shush is just insane. MOUZ definitely feeling the pressure. If they weren't having a headache from the party last night, they could definitely, again, could feel it creeping in right now for MOUZ. This is not feeling great, guys.
The Torzi birthday party. Ooh, Shui. Okay, that is one way to start the round. Shush gets taken out on the crossover. You don't see that all that often anymore on Dust 2 because of the new changes. I say new. Because of the fact there's a new wall above the top. You can't actually peek down instantly out of spawn, but...
Nerds is in a lot of trouble, Dinko.
Yeah, he is. He drops out of the window down into the back of the bomb site. He's worried about the tunnels, and he's also worried about that compromised mid position, so he's calling for Heroic to adjust. And Tesses again, another impactful kill from him. Shuei's taken out, and this B play from MOUZ is running down Nerds. He'll unleash the spray. He gets absolutely nothing, but at least enough damage done.
Oh my god.
Oh, so soften up a few of them, but Xerxia picks up the AWP, stays up on top with a double stack. Tesses comes in again with another kill, and this should be 3 for Tesses.
No.
But Brolan has decided no on the P250. No way can they get back into the B bomb site. The P250 locks the door.
That is just obscene from MOUZ, Dinko. How does he win that? They even isolated the duel, smoking off the right-hand side of double doors, swinging in, and the P250, the best pistol in the game, Dinko. And in the hands of King Swede, that is Brolan, it shines. Starting off with a hell of a shot from Shui as well. Everyone seemingly having moments here from MOUZ to Exertion as well, with the op taking down Dexter. And in the end, Bro on LAN, clean from the sweep.
Yeah, they just come into the smoke. He just taps away with that little P2. And 11 rounds found for MOUZ in the most unlikely of fashions. That is going to be very frustrating for Heroic. That was meant to be the recovery round.
Dude.
That was meant to be the round where they build their money back. And they've got barely anything left, blood.
Saved up the scout and just pistols.
Heroic have to decide now, do you go for a really crappy force buy, or do you allow MOUZ to go to 12 rounds and play for overtime? And it's clear that Heroic has decided now, obviously, they're going to play for overtime. It's the better decision, but it's not one you like to have to make.
The deficit was, it's not the worst, like 9 to 12, so I can totally go with this. But if it was like, I don't know, like potentially 12 to 7 or something, then I could see him definitely going in for the force buy. It was stacked towards mid. But how quickly things can crumble, Dinka. It looked like Heroic were in pole
Oh, that Molotov is perfect. Actually just completely destroys the mid setup of pistols. That's like when the Exterminator comes in. Get rid of all the little insects hiding in the doors. Get the flamethrower out. Xerxia with the first.
That's an AK.
Dexter gets 1, yeah. And that is an AK-47.
Sure, he just needs to hold.
Yeah, or he could kill Dexter. You know, that could work too.
Saw him.
Come on, Shui. Give it to him. Yeah, that's Dexter's AK gone. Kicks in now left in a 1v4, and he'll just chill it short, hoping Shui gets a little too aggressive. And Shui is now taking that fight, but he has the better gun. Kixan has gone down. Exertion very happy with that kind of performance, and that round being collected by MOUZ. They're now a map point of Dust 2, and this is Heroic's map pick in the semi-final. To see MOUZ take the map pick of Heroic would set up a beautiful story for MOUZ to try and take this a 2-0 in the semis to head to that grand final to meet Spirit in a best of 5. MOUZ looking to challenge Donk.
Yeah, and for Heroic, you know, coming into this game, the entire discussion was Dust 2 is a curveball. Dust 2 is that pick where they're trying to catch MOUZ at a pants down. So if they lose this one, I fear, Dinko, what you predicted earlier on might indeed come to fruition. It could be a 2-0.
Forgy also predicted that.
Ouch!
Yeah, Shu's 55 health off the back of that grenade. That's a tough pill to have to swallow. It's force-fed to you. Straight down your throat.
What sort of doctors do you have?
I don't know, Blah. Clearly evil ones.
All right.
Exertion out through middle. Big shot on the timing. Kicks in, had nades in his hand. And Exertion has a huge headshot. Oh, couldn't get a second though, but Nerd surely can't get away with a second, and he certainly won't. Shui just comes around the backside of that smoke. Yimfat to drop Shush, and Tessus and Dexter, they're both on the opposite side of the map, but they must go for it. It is the last round of this game, and we'll give it their best go, but it doesn't feel like MOUZ are going to allow this one to unravel. But perhaps Tessus, oh, he's been spotted now. They know exactly what Tessus is. The element of surprise is no longer with him. He can be watched by Shui, and it's just Dexter left. 1v4 on the A ramp. He's got eyes on CT. And MOUZ have eyes on a Dust 2 victory. First peek is there on Dexter. Now running the timeout completely. Flashes just keep landing in his face, and Yimfat is the man to close out Dust 2. Heroic's map pick goes against him. MOUZ now one map win away from taking themselves to the grand final to face against Spirit. And Heroic, they give them a good fight, I think, especially in that first half, but it wasn't enough in the end to take the map away.
Yeah, the first half, honestly, impressive stuff coming up from Heroic, but on the CT side, we could see chinks in their armor on the defense. You can see on that, especially with the B-bomb side. We talk about mid and the B side, and you have people who plays like Shush, you have players like Nuts and MOUZ. After they figured out how to kind of punish some of the setups they had, you could see it was a B-bomb side where they were finding each and every one of the successes. Some of the half buys, the force buys, even with the P250.
Even with the P250. And it did feel like that was the moment that kind of closed the chapter here on Dust 2. When you get a round off the back of just a P250 closing it out, you know, that just shows how good MOUZ can be.
Also, like in the final round, you could see how I believe it was Kixon getting caught off guard with CT spawn because Nerds, sorry, I think it was Jimmy who used the lurk smoke towards the left side of mid, for example. These are like little basic mistakes which you don't really expect to be seen. But again, you know, it's kind of a, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a new map. It's Dust 2 after all. But coming back to rotation, you could see that there are some holes in the defense here for the side of Heroic, and well, MOUZ were able to exploit that. And heading into the map pick coming up next, Dinko. I don't know if you're a Heroic fan, you're starting to head to the bar right now. maybe, just maybe, but it does feel like MOUZ, even when there was patches of bad form on this map, I think mid was certainly a problem on the CT side. They had done enough to get the job done. You know, 6 rounds first half, and being able to close it out in the second was relatively straightforward from that point onwards, Black. Yeah, for sure, and I think you hit the nail on the head when it comes to MOUZ and their mid defense, right? That's what Heroic were also able to exploit. It's just that Heroic were a little late in figuring that one out, allowing MOUZ to get those 5 rounds back to back in the beginning, giving them a little bit of buffer to work with, allowing them to close it out in a reasonably convincing fashion, 13-9. But if Heroic are able to have woken up a little bit earlier in the first half, maybe they could have got the win. Maybe it could have been overtime. You never know. Could have, would have, should have, you know, all that stuff.
Yeah, well, next map is Mirage. That is MOUZ's pick.
The best map.
Yeah, Heroic aren't uncomfortable on the map either, but it's not going to be at MOUZ's level.
They can play the map. We saw the game against Spirit as well, but you can clearly see it's not exactly a map where I think their Nuke and maybe their Dust 2 might be the maps they're kind of most comfortable on right now. But if I'm looking at MOUZ, they're the best team in Mirage right now in current form. I don't see this going to map number 3 unless MOUZ completely messes one up, which I doubt is going to be the case.
Yeah, you would definitely doubt that would be the case. They're looking so good right now, and it would be such a tantalizing prospect to see a MOUZ best of 5 versus Spirit. If that could go out the distance in the grand final, we're in for a real treat. I think in this kind of form for both sides, it is going to be a very special matchup.
I think the silver lining here for Heroic and why the next map could also still be very competitive and entertaining would be, individually speaking, I think everyone kind of woke up reasonably early, right? We saw Tessa's having a lot of moments, Shush continuing to still be just a rock for this team, and Dexter with an AWP able to outduel some of his opponents at the server as well. So yeah, everyone's kind of woken up early. It's not like Vertigo we had yesterday against MIBR. And just the unfortunate fact that they are going up against a top 3 team in the world right now.
Yeah, definitely a tough situation to be in. A lot of teams struggle against MOUZ, especially in the studio environment. A lot of people are saying the best studio team in the world right now.
They're the new Heroic.
Yeah, they are the new Heroic. Tessa, the shoes. Remember what it used to be like to win a lot of games inside the studio, but not at the moment. It is MOUZ on top of that, and I think for good reason. This is a team that put a lot of work in. When you're a young team, Nico's even spoke about this, like watching m0NESY and his team be able to just grind, and he said he just can't do it anymore. There's a lot more going on in his life. He doesn't have the same ability just to sit there and grind non-stop all night, all day, like a m0NESY. And this team are all on that page. They're all at that stage of their life, and they're grinders, dude.
Yeah, I think grinding is exactly how you start to how you get the action in the server, right? And that's exactly what these guys are doing. And I guess it's also indicative if you look at some of the players in CS2 and how some players have fallen off, some stars have fallen off, and have had some guys kind of rise to the occasion and become stars and superstars rather in their own right. It came down to just putting in the work. Yeah, looking at FaZe, for example, and how they managed to get to, what, 6-7 grand finals in a row in CS2. It was the work being put in, right? They were getting super motivated, all thanks to Mr. Robin Cool, and everyone just putting in the work, kind of redefining the meta, so to speak. And yeah, it's not exactly a fully new game, but of course it is kind of a soft reset in Counter-Strike. So you put in the work, you're going to get the results, and that's what we're seeing here from MOUZ.
Yeah, it's hard to call the MVP of this game, Blab, but who would it be for you?
Oh, that's a hard one. I think Jimmy?
Jimmy, maybe? Yeah,
maybe Toshi? I don't know. I guess all 5 of them.
Yeah, well,
that was a 5-star effort, Dinko.
Yeah, that was a 5-star effort. Well, I'm kind of interested to see who it is going to be, the official MVP of the tournament, because I think for MOUZ, they have it kind of interchangeable. You mentioned earlier the fact that Xerxin can stand out above the rest as a great rifler. But then you got Torzy top frag, and then you got Yimfat. There's so many options to go to. Even
Shuhei.
Dude, everyone's just sick on the team.
Yeah, they're like, junior FaZe kind of, so to speak. But yeah, if I had
FaZe
to...
B team. But even once they beat them someday, blah, maybe they will sort of transcend.
FaZe are literally the final boss for these guys, right? For a lot of teams out there. And drum roll, it is Exertion. And yeah, he was finding a lot of impact. Honestly, I feel like if you squint a little bit, you could just pick any other player than MOUZ team. But Exertion definitely finding a lot of impact here. 96 ADR.
Yeah, fantastic work. 1.42 rating on Dust 2 Exertion. And up next is MOUZ, and when Exertion's playing well, MOUZ is so fun to watch for him because he just gets into that window, he gets into these mid positions, and that's all really exciting to watch. And we have that to look forward to, ladies and gentlemen, because that is coming up next. Dust 2 is out of the way. MOUZ 1-0 up in this semi-final, and they're looking for that final spot against Team Spirit in the best of 5. We'll see if they can do it on MOUZ after the break. Welcome back to Belgrade here for BetBoom Dacha's semi-final, second semi-final of the day, and MOUZ are one map up. Feeling pretty good about MOUZ's chances now of getting into that best of 5, considering this is now Mirage.
Yeah, Torji said, right, it's going to be a 2-0 for us. We're feeling pretty comfortable, and Dust 2 was the question mark. And honestly, the ending of the first half, it did look like Heroic might have, might have surprised a lot of us, but then MOUZ woke up in a few errors on the defense of Heroic, punished by MOUZ, and now, yeah, of course, they have the lead. And heading into Mirage, whatever hopes we might have had for Heroic, they start to dwindle a bit.
It definitely looked like MOUZ could have lost that first map at a few points throughout it, so it's clearly not like a dominant performance for MOUZ by any means, but it shows that even when they're not maybe playing at their best, it's still enough to get through. But now we're heading on to Mirage. We mentioned already Heroic are pretty decent on this map. They're comfortable enough to play it and let it slide all of the time into their map videos, but I mean, it's not anything compared to MOUZ's level of ability here on the server.
100% win rate in the past 3 months, Dinko. Will it change for MOUZ today?
We'll have to wait and see. So we're kicking things off. It is MOUZ on the T side, Heroic on the CT side, and then A play to boot. Utility coming in. The execute is up. Nerds hiding under the wood. Exertion at the front of the attack. The double push into woods. Nerds, he actually nearly gets away with both kills in that engagement, but MOUZ able to trade effectively. There's an awkward fight going down over here towards T-Spawn, one that Yimfat will win. Tessas got very aggressive very quickly, tried to speedy flank, but Yimfat had that covered, and Shuei with a lightning shot off the top of the stairway. That is Kixan not getting one step closer.
Okay.
Nice shot from Shush. Oh, flash was up actually from his teammate there, as Torji was blinded, but still connected, and they'll have a little laugh about it. MOUZ will win the pistol.
Yeah, Torji's like, why did you flash for me, bro? I had it. But yeah, all things considered, kept it clean. I think it was a bit of a labored kill towards Nuts and Shadow, but
they got it in the end.
They got it in the end, and they got the round as well. A good opening here for MOUZ, where they've now won all the pistols so far in the series. Must be nice. Force buy for Heroic early this game. 5-7. Is that a... Ooh, you don't see that often from MOUZ. A failed window smoke.
Yeah, we've seen, what was it, Falcons missing the window smoke at the start of the tournament?
Yeah, but then the expectations are kind of low. Also, it's not their map pick as well. It's a map they clearly struggle on quite a bit, but MOUZ missing a window smoke. Whoever threw that smoke isn't going to be happy. Dorji's in a bit of a rough time here, but Brolan finds the first, knows where the second player is as well, and this should be taken care of very comfortably.
Yeah, the second round force is not working out here for Heroic. It doesn't often find success, and now Kixan's left in a 1v5. They literally haven't got a single kill after investing everything into this, so they're going to have a full eco in the next round, and MOUZ are going to be up 3-0 to kick off Mirage on the T side. Now, they had, what, 5 rounds in a row on Dust 2 to kick things off, so they're very good at getting these strong starts. But imagine that it would be even better to get a strong start on the T side of a map they have a 100% win rate on over the last 3 months.
Yeah, like whatever Theory crafting I was trying before we got into this game. I was like, all right, our MOUZ kind of go for the punish vertigo pick. You know, it's a map Heroic. I struggle a little bit.
But then MOUZ also lost to VP on this map, right?
Exactly. So
and VP aren't necessarily a good vertigo team.
Absolutely. So the fact that MOUZ like, you know what, we're just the best in Mirage. Like, doesn't matter if it's a little bit more puggy, brawlier map. We have the better caliber of players, and we also are looking way more lethal right now. Kixon, he likes going for this a lot, doesn't he? This hero SMG, hero rifle buy. But considering how actually good he is, you know, as an individual, and hampering himself come the next round when the rest of his team is on a buy, I'm not a big fan of it. I just feel like, you know, it's an unnecessary play, because he's got his MP9 right now, but even if he saves it for the next round, he's still with an MP9, while the rest of his teammates are going to be with rifles. It's not ideal. I don't think it's... once in a while it's fine, but we see him doing it a lot of times on the CD sides on many a map. So not a big fan of that from Kixon. In the meantime, a free round for MOUZ, 3-0 up.
Yeah, the expected result after beating the Force Buy in the second round is to see MOUZ go 3-0 into the lead. Or is he just needs to check back there? TSS picks him out of the sky. It's going to be a nice shot on the USP at the end. Can't be bad to getting a kill with a default weapon. With 3 now collected, so money finally in the bank here for Heroic. I think this map in particular is where we want to see Dexter start to deliver for his squad. Let him get involved in the AWP as early as possible on the CT side, and he's pulled it out now.
Yep.
Heading into round 4.
Would have been so nice if Kixon had all the utility and everything, and an M4 instead of an MP9.
Yeah, that would have been nice to see. But, you know, if you look at Dexter, this is a player who is very capable of taking over the CT side, and I think he's going to have to do that against MOUZ today. If there is going to be a way to beat their T-side player, would you imagine it would come off the back of Dexter trying to be just kind of disruptive?
Yes.
Taking those opening fights?
I would, however, I don't think he's going to get away with these shenanigans if he goes for it by himself, right? I really feel like with him coming to this team, they should really be... Obviously, you know, they've been putting in the work and trying to work together in tandem, but work with a teammate, right? Ask for the flashback, ask for someone else to blow the smoke open for you, for example. I think that could be what the doctor ordered, but absolutely. Dexter with the AWP. He needs to find impact here on this map. He did in the previous map as well, mind you. But just, unfortunately, a losing effort. And Torji with the big green out as well.
It's quick from Nerds. Charges up through top middle. Needs will blow open the smokes. And Shue getting spammed down. He's got 23 health left. Fortunate not to be kicking around, or very fortunate to still be kicking around here, Shue.
It's going to be just a default spread, right? The first buy round for Heroic. You can see MOUZ looking to just try and poke and prod, figure out what the setups are, figure out how they want to play here.
Well, they're setting up for what is going to be an A play with 2 players coming through ramp, the bomb and the possession of the ramp players, and one at Palace in the form of Brolin. They could even get an A split underway if those connector players can come into position quick enough, and that is a jump spot from Shush that is instantly punished by Torzi. Kixan now swings out from under the wood, a missed shot from Torzi. Now the Palace player of Brolin nearly gets toppled, but he stays strong enough with deep enough foundations. The Galil with that headshot will keep MOUZ ahead. 35 seconds. They still got a player in middle, but the B player is now joining them on the ramp, and that is now going to be quite an impactful hit being set up into this A site with a mid player coming through connector. Exertion could be that lit piece of the puzzle that could win this round for a side. Brolin coming out of Palace, still low on health, but still fragging. And Dexter catches out Exertion inside a connector. He went early, and Dexter spots it out. 10 seconds. Bomb not being planted just yet. And Tess is trying to stay alive. He'll do better than that. 2 steps in the right direction. And Heroic finally get their first round win.
I got a little scared there for Tess's Danko. He knew they got off the plant, but he's still stuck around for the fight. If he gets taken down, then it comes down to a 1v2 or 1v1 for Dexter. But still, great work, great recovery there from Heroic. And what was a 4v3, and you could see them starting to get a little bit paranoid as to whether the MOUZ players have rotated back towards B. They will stave him off. Expensive round, however. 3 players, 3 lives lost.
Big shot from Dexter, rips out towards the top middle. And that's an important fight to win. We just mentioned in the round prior, Blood, that we want to see Dexter going for these opening fights, taking those advantages for Heroic. MOUZ try to accelerate though. They don't just try, they do. And they get in towards that top side at A, and they rip apart Shush on the top of the wood. There was no problems there in dealing with Shush, the defender. And MOUZ try to filter in towards CT, but Kicksan's there to cover that off. And Tessus even better from the stairway. Nertz is with him, and it's suddenly just Shuai in a clutch that he cannot win because he's fighting targets in all different elevations. And that is fantastic work from Heroic to get back in and save the day after that pace change from MOUZ.
Considering how much utility MOUZ had, I'm a little surprised they in the approach they're coming in towards the site. Firstly, they charge onto the side, which is great, right? They get the kill on towards Shush, but then they're sticking around, taking those fights towards the top of the stairs and whatnot. I mean, shout out to Heroic for being proactive and aggressive and not allowing MOUZ to get the bomb down for free, but also I feel MOUZ could have played it way more smarter, way more reserved. There's no need to gift these 1v1s to the Heroic players. I think that's a bit of a mistake from MOUZ.
Yeah, that pick from Dexter at the start of the round sick too, but it is Shush's flashbang that allows it to become so easy on towards Torres. He just wanted to shout that out because Shush, again, the unsung hero.
He's also an unsung hero, but also from MOUZ, if you look at the duel being taken by Torshi, of course he had the best spawn as well, but usually the way we see MOUZ play this map is like they have the utility protocol so good that there's never or rarely a fair fight given to the way of their opposition. Here, there were so many fights of Heroic players like not getting blinded, not getting harassed by utility, not getting double peak, just 1v1s. And say what you might about MOUZ, but you cannot discount the fact that some of the players on this Heroic team are really, really good at this game. Bit of an eco here, just the Hero Galil and the AK-47 for Torji.
It's worked out pretty well for the first pick. Tessus is dead, but Nertz and Shush, they respond very, very quickly, decisively. Nertz covers off Connector. It's Shuai to fall at the bottom of the stairway. Shush now covers off ramp. Brolin walks up, gets offered into the sacrifice. And Torji's now left in a 1v4. He'll climb through Murder Hole. Not enough time to even think about winning this. And Dexter is now considered the gap. So the walk in towards the scope will end up being quite nice here for Dexter. The shadow allows Dexter that extra millisecond to prepare himself to take the shot, and he will nail it. So that's another situation where the initial kill goes MOUZ's way, and they still can't convert the round. Obviously, with weaker weapons here, you mentioned the fact they only had 2 rifles in play.
And also, I think Nerd's getting that second kill on the fadeaway. Like, he gets the first one, and then just a fadeaway spray, I think, really helped him out as well. But yeah, Heroic to survive that. Bit of a light investment from MOUZ, but we have another buy coming in. This time around, no shenanigans, not taking any fights early on, or the MOUZ players. The smoke will land inside a window as well, so bit of a slightly sloppy start from MOUZ, but this time around they weren't sloppy, but a double push coming down to his underpass, catching him off guard. And I like this from Heroic. Proactivity. That's always been how any good CT side team plays on this map. Because the moment you start playing default and you're just very static, someone like Shua is going to figure out exactly what you guys are doing, and they're going to keep toying with the rotations and pushing and pulling your players around. But if you take the fight to them, especially in tandem, that's when MOUZ, they're not going to find it easy. And Exertion's a player we're talking about, as a prelude to this game, as to how much impact he's going to be finding, and so far he has been a bit quiet.
Nertz, 1 for 1. But Shush is inside a connector, and you don't often see a double setup in connector at the start of the round like that. And so really effective trading from Shush, but then he goes for the swing. And you can see why he wanted to do it. He did have the flash to do it with. He just doesn't make it out alive. Torji's taking so much damage in these initial fights, and a quick finish to the round here for Heroic.
Well played by everyone. Dexter as well, not giving an easy duel for Brolin to find.
Yeah, the early signs of this game is Heroic telling MOUZ this isn't going to be an easy map for you. You're not going to just walk out of Mirage easily and take your grand final spot. You're going to have to beat a good side here to get the job done, and we're seeing MOUZ have to go to their timeout already on the T side.
Sure, like the last 3 rounds have been extremely comfortable wins for Heroic. And that's very telling. It's not coming down to the 1v1s. It's not coming down to 2v2s where, you know, one of the players have to go for a clutch. Just some convincing stuff overall. Great round from Nerds and Shush. And now for MOUZ. Where did they go with this? Also, traditionally, for you know, when it comes to a lot of teams, the B defender and Mirage is usually the IGL. It's kind of like a weak point. That's not the case here for Heroic, though. Vixen, more than capable.
Dexter.
Contact.
Oh, that grenade is beefy. It has done a lot to soften up these opponents as they charged in towards the A bomb site. Nerds and Dexter eating up some of those flashbangs, but taking kills regardless. Not a single player from MOUZ getting a kill. Heroic keep everybody up despite being very close to having a lot of casualties.
3 players, sub 15 HP. That got a little hairy, but yeah, danger averted. Extending the lead. You can see everyone looking to the captain for words.
So now MOUZ have had their timeout, and they've had Eco straight away into the gun round. They are dead early on to Dexter once again, getting an opening kill with that combo with Nerds. It's just so effective for Heroic. The 1-2 punch from Dexter and Nerds is proving very difficult to deal with if you're MOUZ. They had a timeout into an Eco, into a gun round that has instantly become Heroic's dominant win. And Dexter should only help add to that. Shuei's now down in middle. Yimfact, he can't win this 1v4.
No way.
This is Heroic going to 6 rounds on the board. And this is MOUZ who have a 100% win streak over the last 3 months. And Heroic are kind of toying with them at the moment.
Their best map as well, right? Like, just such a good map for them. And look at the name of the teams they've taken on recently as well. Like, it's just basically the who's who of modern day top-tier Counter-Strike. And now this T side has been absolutely shut down by Heroic. Convincingly so. Like, look at this. This is like the third buy round that MOUZ are trying to go for and make something happen, where they were talking to each other, speaking it out. I think they even took a tactical timeout. The guns come out, and it's a 4v1, and Jimmy just has to save. 6 in a row. We saw this on Dust 2, but at least in Dust 2, MOUZ got off to a 5-0 start. It's also crazy how Nerds and Dexter are 5-0 in opening duels right now combined.
Yeah, well, I mean, I asked you the question at the start of the gameplay. Does the recipe for success for Heroic CT side involve Dexter being able to open up affairs of the AWP? And so far,
a resounding yes.
It is a resounding yes. That's changing his position again. He played window a lot of times. This time, they do that top mid smoke, very common. But he's got great movement, so it allows himself to get boosted up on short, just so he can peer over the top of the smoke and MOUZ walk right into the sniper.
And even I think it was Shush once again, you know, blowing up the smoke for Nerds to get the timing on the player top mid.
Shush just sets up his stars so well.
Yeah, and this is why, like, you know, I mean, it's not like a broken record, but whenever you look at numbers and whatnot, oh, his rating's bad, it's not good. Like, these are the things that you need to watch the game, see what some of the players bring to the table to truly appreciate what they do for the team. Nerds once again finds Jimpat with a flash assist as well.
Mid's just closed, dude. There's no getting through middle at the moment.
Seemingly, like, mid and A. And MOUZ haven't really tested B at all. Not even once.
Yeah, you're either dealing with Dexter or Nerds every single time at the start of these rounds. But the problem is, about MOUZ's T side, it's often around the mid plays that allow them to become so deadly on this map. It's getting exertion into window, getting exertion into the connector, allowing him to be in the spots where he can play make. And maybe this is one of those. He gets up short, but the timing Works against him as he crosses back around that corner at short side. Dexter now has the scope on it instead. Effective trading from Brolin, but Kixan already nipping at the heels. He's in short position already. Shue has to make up for it. He gets 2 kills on Nertz and Kixan and puts it all on Shush, and perhaps he is the unsung hero, but will be singing his song all night long if he wins this 1v2. But Tosi off of the top of the van gets another round here for MOUZ.
For the first time, the B bomb site looks like it was the answer, Dinko. But that was so very close. Back and forth trades. A little bit of words being exchanged there between Nerds and Dexter.
They're going to be frustrated about that one. Even though they've went 6 in a row, losing that round when you've got another solid opener, you got really good trading on short, you're wondering, how the hell does Shue get 2? And that will be a bit frustrating for Heroic, because now MOUZ back into it. Yimfat takes Dexter out, so that's an opening kill for MOUZ.
This is what I'm not a fan of, right? I spoke about, you know, when they're going for the aggression and working it together, it is phenomenal. It's great. Here, Dexter dropped down towards underpass, all alone. No flashes.
Nerds takes the solo fight.
No teammates there to help him out. He gets taken down. Nerds trying to catch a timing, kind of trying to get a second kill, and then the difference between well-orchestrated aggression and just solo plays. And this is a great example. Tessus.
Oh my god, okay, Tessus. How does he get away with 2 there? Fortunately for MOUZ, they had exertion at top middle.
And they know where Kixon plays.
And they got an idea.
And with CD spawn control, this one's done. MOUZ, they might have just stabilized things here, Dinko.
Yeah, they might have, but it also looked like Heroic just wanted to get that last round back. You know, it looked like they wanted to just come into this round. Dexter felt like he could beat anybody, do anything he wanted, and he kind of gets a reality check that solo play is not going to pay off for him. Nertz also at window, jumping up, just gets caught out.
You can also kind of see why, you know, it's not about, you can't just play textbook CS all the time, right? Especially against top-tier teams like a MOUZ or FaZe for that matter. But it's just, you look at the fashion in which they were winning those rounds earlier, it wasn't a hero play by anyone. It wasn't just like Dexter getting a 2K, 3K by himself. It wasn't, you know, someone pushing in Palace or Ramp alone. It was very well orchestrated teamwork with, of course, individual brilliance. Here it was just, yeah, one by one by one. And that could be the little frustration they had in the previous round. They can't allow the frustration to seep in and ruin whatever they have here. Final round of the first half, Heroic would be, I think they'd be very annoyed if they don't at least end the half with the lead.
They don't want a 6-6 situation panning out just like Dust 2. Let me see how that went. Tessus through short. Got a multi-kill last round. It's just singular this time. Jusha doubled up with him. But once again, Brolin trading. Inside of the smoke, Jimmy. It's an awkward position for him. He wants that kill at short. He knows that Shush was over that. And that smoke will start to fade away very shortly. So Yimfat wants to get back to a better position to play the last few seconds of this round out. And that's a big headshot on Shush. Caught in the open, completely unaware of chat. And Shush will fall, giving Heroic a deficit to play with here. It is looking very likely now that MOUZ go ahead and tie things up in this first half.
That was such a mistake from Shush. He's trying to bait for his teammate. That was Nerds playing inside a connector, but should have been aware of the possibility of another player being towards top mid. Of course, it was Jimmy just falling on back, and now Nerds got poked together with his teammate. Should surely be peeking together with Kixan here.
Yeah, Shue going into that peak, but it's Yimfat at the bottom of the connector with a big kill on Nerds. Kixan, well, he knows that it's not going to be easy for him. He'll cross back to jungle, and Brolin with a blistering shot to close the half. MOUZ recover what was looking pretty worrying.
Yeah, I mean, Shush is someone we've been praising throughout this entire tournament, but I think that was a bit of a fumble from him. I think he should have played that one a little bit more safe. And when it gets taken down to 2v3, I don't blame Nerds and Kixon for going for that peak towards mid. I think they're the right approach, but yeah, the players were just ready. A little sharper. 6 in a row, Dinko. Is it all they get?
Is it all they get? We'll have to wait and see. You wouldn't imagine so. But I think they needed more rounds in that first half to get the job done today versus MOUZ. To put an end to the streak. I'm sure it's very frustrating for Heroic because they've seen the pathway to a lot better of a half here. You know, the fact that Shui gets that round where he gets the multi-kill in middle, you could just see the frustration as they look down the line.
I don't know what that look was, Dinko.
What did Yimfat say or do?
Young Jimmy. He's so Finnish. I love it.
Yeah, he definitely is. Just like his brother before him.
What was that?
That's Nerds.
Sounded like the music from Dune 2.
Yeah, he made some unique sounds there, Nerds.
I feel like if we can record some of the sounds some of the players make in CS, we could come up with some pretty good banger tracks.
Apex would be the lead singer.
Apex would be amazing. Get Harry on it. Fast play towards B, Dinko.
Yeah, well, it was fast. Now it's contact blood. They've gone silent. Silent but deadly.
Knows deadly?
Yimfat?
Yes, sir. And Exertion.
Ooh, that is a wombo combo.
Here he comes.
Good shot from Exertion. First blood drawn in this pistol round by him. Yimfat will show that he can do what he can do better. He wants a little bit more.
Sheesh.
Exertion and Brolin now going tit for tat, and Dagster eventually gets rid of Yimfat. But it's 1v3 now for Dagster after that first kill. And he'll be caught by Brolin at short. So a nice, comfortable pistol win for MOUZ.
Such clean shots from Exertion. The first one spots the player, taps him a nanosecond before it gets blinded. And yeah, the contact play, but nothing wrong with it, but you're going up against a warmed-up Jimfat, Jimmy, and Exertion. Well,
Jimmy.
You better be hitting his shots there. Great stuff from MOUZ, as they will indeed win all 4 pistols so far in this game.
That's generally a good indicator that you're going to win the game.
Generally, yes. That is indeed correct. Full eco for Heroic, no bomb down.
Well, P250 here for Dagster. That's about it.
You know how deadly P250s can be, Dinko.
Yeah.
Roland showed it earlier
Heroic
today.
know all about that. They felt it on the receiving end of the little Brolin. They're going to be going into B. And the life of a B player, it can suck. It can be boring. But these are the kind of rounds you live for. All the money ready to be picked up off the back of the MP9. But even then, blah, you don't even get that luxury.
I love how Jimmy didn't panic lobbing the Molotov. He's like, oh, about to. Oh, no, you're not pushing up? Cool, I'm going to hold
I'm going to hold it.
So calm, so composed. And so dead, our Heroic.
Yeah, not too pretty for them right now. Shui, he's going to have a peek into that underpass. Xerxin cleaning up Shui with him. And they deal with the Glocks.
That is discipline from Shui. He could have gotten a little eager. It's like, just the Glocks. I'm just going to swing out and, maybe get 1 or 2 kills. It's like, nope. I'm going to make sure no one dies.
Yep, the flock of Glocks now removed, and we'll get into the buy round for the side of Heroic.
The Glock flock.
The Glock flock. Rocking with your Glock and flock out. I remember talking to you about the Glockenspiel, blah.
The
metal
Glockenspiel.
xylophone.
Yes, the xylophone.
Bit of metal.
You're a man of many talents, Dinko. You play a lot of instruments.
Well, not the Glockenspiel, I'll tell you that. And Dorsey, he plays shoes like a fiddle. He's got rid of him. Nice and quick. It is Kixan and Tesses losing half of their health quite swiftly, but Tesses does not care if he's damaged because he's still fragging out. Coming out of Palace with a lovely double. Inside the middle, though, Dagster loses his life, and that keeps MOUZ kicking in this round. We can't count them out of it just yet. Heroic have not yet planted the bomb, and they're worried about this trifecta of Yimfat, Torzi, and Exertion. It is, although that Molotov might have actually just assisted matters completely. Torzi would have to clutch this now alone. He did have 2 of his compatriots beside him, but now he's got 2 opposing figures looking down the barrel at him. Not getting any of these peaks from default he wants either. Kixan's playing very disciplined, and up on top of the wood, it is Nerds who will bring that headshot on down. So that is a lovely cleanup there. Great work from Tesses in particular.
Massive from Tesses, and we've actually seen this from him a couple of times this this game, actually. You know, it looks like, if you look at his overall numbers, and that's kind of been quiet, but then he has his pop-off 2K rounds, and that was such an important round as well, considering it looked like MOUZ were going to run away with this. But deficit, it's only back to 1 again. Very back and forth. And for MOUZ, not a great buy. Slim utility. Oh,
sounds like you're playing the mind.
It looks like just a failed smoke on purpose, right?
Intentionally missed smoke, Black?
Potentially missed smoke, Dinko.
It is Shush, who rids himself of the pesky Shui. And Brolin plays into Palace. He could have got away with the trade, but Shush has actually retreated quite effectively. Nertz is on this B prowl, trying to take down Jimmy. And he's got eyes on the prize here. Jimmy tapping away, seems enough of Nertz, despite him trying to tuck his head away like an ostrich into the sand. And now the play in towards this B bomb site is being set up. Tessus at the front of the attack. Yimfat is still so disciplined that Molotov is not going to cause him too much problems, because instead he focuses on short. And he's got the rotation arriving. The rest of the cavalry is here. And they might not even be needed.
So aware, Jimmy.
Jimmy J. And Shush with 5 health. Yeah, he can't go for this. Can't even think about it. So hang on to that AK. Not a lot of money here for the CT side, T side, and the AK-47 would be very useful next round. But that does mean it is now going to be 9 rounds for MOUZ. They're getting ever closer. They can almost smell that grand final. Trace, as we speak, Stunna putting on the left Mickey Mouse glove. He'll soon put on the right one, because he knows his job to put the artifact in the wall is coming up soon. The official artifact into hole inserter.
I was about to say the holder of the artifact, but I prefer yours better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The official inserter.
Shush, unfortunate that he gets the opening kill, which is such a good find onto it, Shuhei, but then the rest of his teammates is falling everywhere else. And just Jimmy's awareness, man. So good, so clean. And with that, the money has been broken in half with God as my witness for Heroic. It's only Shush with that saved AK-47 to try and make something truly miraculous happen. Now, they have a nade for Dexter, but no one even has Kevlar to retreat, you know, to pick up, to use the AK with in case Shush will fall. So this one should be easy, Dinko. Should be double digits for MOUZ.
It should be, with Torzy's playing at the back in triple here. They've actually escaped his gaze. They've managed to get out towards Tetris. Almost incredible how good the timing is there for them, but Shush was the one weapon that was worth talking about here for Heroic, and that is the first victim collected by MOUZ in this round. Exertion's pushed up all the way. Look at this. Through top middle, here's the last 2 remaining members. He's calling his teammates. The other is T-spawn. If you know you've got that AK pin, then the other is T-spawn. And they're trapped now, blah. They're in a cage.
Yep. And neither of them are Rorschach.
No idea what that reference from, blah. I'm not gonna lie.
Watchmen?
No. Didn't watch The Watchmen.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
That's kind of true. We're here in the basement.
That's Rorschach.
Locked in together.
Rorschach test. That's how you pronounce it, right? I think so. Exertion. Anyway, 1v3 for Nerds. 38 seconds on the clock.
It's going to be the best 1v4 we've seen in a long time, isn't it? The ace clutch as well. Nope.
And dead.
Nope. This one we won't remember. It's 10 rounds now for MOUZ. 3 away from a grand final. Another one.
And listen.
Dude, they had 1 day between lifting the trophy in Malta and being here ready to compete again. And they could be in another grand final.
Hell yeah. I mean, they're basically trying to emulate their elder brothers in a form of FaZe, you know, playing every tournament and getting to every grand finals, and even
winning some,
and actually winning more. It was shocking. It's so crazy because we accepted the fact that FaZe have been getting every grand finals they've been playing at, right? And when they didn't make it at EPL, it was like, whoa, this is the first tournament they haven't made it finals to in half a year since CS2 came out, which is such an insane stat.
It was weird watching them lose before the final.
Yep.
And now the AK purchase is back for Heroic. They ran out of money previously. And that's why MOUZ were expected to win the round so comfortably. We return to, hopefully, some competitive play, but it is now the last few chances for Heroic to get into the semi-final. They lose this gun round, it is starting to get into the territory that you would say is increasingly unlikely that they would be able to come back into the game. I like that Kicksan's view model has the gun so high up.
I hate it.
It's good for the HUD, you know.
No. No, Dinko. Here we go.
Oh, Brolin off the top rope, and he's good for one. That's all he's got. Nice adjustment for Shuey up top. Molotov under the top of the stairway for Nerds. He'll burn them away for now, and that does allow the rotation and setup here for MOUZ in towards CTs. They're taking the time. And oh, the last bullet. Shuey thought he got away. Thought he got behind cover, but that smoke does not act as a wall, and in fact, Nerds just shoots right through it. Nerds is not done yet. He wants even more. He's got a triple in this round. He's doing everything for his team, but it's all left to Tesses to pick up the scraps. And he won't be able to do so. Torzi off the top of ticket, punches that of Tesses. And MOUZ are looking for theirs to the grand final.
Every single player from their MOUZ team just edging in to take those fights, and in the end, they come out on top, Dinko. Just brilliant stuff. And I feel like Shuey was a little unlucky to get taken down by that spray from Nerds in the final bullet and what was a wild spray. But you could see how proactive they were in this. This is insane. Just a final bullet. Everyone just pushing in, edging the smoke.
Any more edging?
One final one over there.
One final edging. The edging.
The edging.
And 11-7. It's someone's favorite scoreline. Shout out to you. Heroic better hope that this is their lucky number.
What, 11?
11. 7. 117.
Nice.
117. And they got the Galeals. 2 of them. 2 Tech 9s and a big old D in the hand of Shush. This better be the recipe for success. Charging out middle.
Fast.
Aren't quite swift, aren't they? Inside. Oh, the connector smoke. It fades away. And Kicksan, 47 health. He still gets away with one on the Tech 9. Now he's got an AWP. A little bit of an arms race right now for Kicksan. He goes back. He's not far off that shot through the smoke, but he's caught trying to retreat off the top of the stairway. Shuey has had enough, and that kill actually draws MOUZ into the favorable position, but that is short-lived thanks to Dexter's kill back on Shuey. Molotov clearing out default. Remember, Shush is so low, so if that fire spread to him, it would have cost his life instantly. But it doesn't really seem to matter because MOUZ with a very quick and very convincing retake there. And it's not, in fact, their lucky number. In fact, it is now 12 rounds for MOUZ. It is map and series point. It is grand final point for MOUZ.
It is indeed grand final point. And looked a little scary there, but good recovery for MOUZ. I do love how quick they are on the reaction. We saw it in the previous round as well, you know, where the smokes were in place. It was a 3v3, and it just pushed on in at the edges of the smoke, making the T's feel super uncomfortable and not allowing them to even get the bomb down, forget getting the post-plant positions. Very, very good cohesion in these retakes and in the disruption. So 5 map and match points, Dinko. And for Heroic, I guess this is the end, my friend. My only friend.
My friend. Dexter. Okay, that's a nice opener.
What?
You like that? Dexter straight through Con. Brolin pushes down the ramp though. Proactive play. Catches Shush out. Even though Dexter did so well to get that opening kill, it's short-lived. They have got to boost up into the window, and this is something that MOUZ really struggled to do. They struggled to get this kind of play in, and Nerds could make something magical happen with his flank around Market.
Jimmy, Spider Sense.
Does he have them tingling? He's not short. He's worried about middle at the moment, and Nerds has come by.
He's dead.
He's in the B-bomb site, yeah. I don't think Yimfat is going to be able to consider this.
No way.
Nerds would have to whiff, right? Like, he would have to whiff.
He knows now.
And give Yimfat a chance. He knows his position. Yimfat, there he's gone now. Nerds makes some brilliant plays here. Off the back of that window push. Exertion trying to cut off the rest of the squad, getting through the apartments, but that's a fantastic flashbang. And that'll stop actually Xerxin having any sort of impact. Nerds will obviously find success on Brolin. I think MOUZ have to chalk this one up to a safe call. So, not done yet. Heroic don't lie down and die and just take the elimination. good start to the round from Dexter, and then Nerds followed up. It's the same combo that found all of their success in that first half. They would have to go on a huge streak now. They have to win every single remaining round just to get overtime.
That's just such a crazy shot from Dexter. If you're talking about spider sense, his was tingling all over his body. But yeah, at least saved AWP, and the buy isn't gonna be great for MOUZ. I didn't even imagine they go for a save here. Yeah.
Got lots of rounds to play with, so might as well just save.
Not too many rounds.
Go for a
though.
half buy.
Not too many rounds, I think. That's just 4 rounds.
That's enough.
You sure?
In MR12, that's a lot. But I don't trust you with numbers anymore.
Why?
After our game last night.
Which is a great game.
Yeah,
The Mind.
Yeah, it's a great card game.
Yeah, you don't even need to know how to speak or even read to play it. If you can count to 100.
Basically, yeah, you have 1 to 100 cards, and you have a group of usually 4, but we had 8.
Hold up, they've gone for the 4s, all right.
Yeah, let's see if it works out for them. This is going to be a fun time. If MOUZ can do something with this. Torzi on the AWP, FAMAS on 3, and Torzi, good work. Kicksands picked out of the apartments. So Heroic have lost the first player, and straight through that window smoke, Shuei brings Nerds out of the round. It is down to just 3. Heroic are getting absolutely wrecked by this investment for MOUZ. We thought they might consider a save call. We thought Heroic might have a pathway back into an extra few rounds, but MOUZ have decided no. They want another grand final. Another championship, which they will have to compete for against Team Spirit. If they can close this, Dexter and Shush are doing some great work to pull this back, and this is a bit awkward. Shush has got to realize soon he's getting blocked by something. Oh my goodness, it's so awkward. No scope comes in. Torzi, okay! What a way to close it! What a way to book your ticket into the grand final in Belgrade. MOUZ head into back-to-back grand finals. The reigning Pro League champions looking for their second trophy in the space of a few weeks. But they've got to do it versus Spirit. They've got to do it versus the child prodigy in Donk. And this team have got so much spirit, and they're ready to head into that final.
It is so fitting. It is Torzi, the birthday boy, to close it out. What was a bit of a comedy of errors. Hugs being handed out as well there by Nerds. All friends in the server, and yes, the better team indeed, Dinko, coming out on top. But for Heroic, you know, you're going to be going back with the heads held high. I think they put up a very commendable showing overall, and I think there's nothing wrong in losing. The 2 losses they had were to Spirit and to MOUZ in this tournament. Overall, the team is looking good.
Yeah.
Stunner. Sorry, go on, go ahead. Don't let me stop you. Don't let me stop your celebrations. You good there? You good there, Trace?
I almost stepped into the MOUZ trap. AKA what's here on the ground.
Ah, I like what you did there. I like what you did there.
Yep.
What did you make of that series that we've just seen?
Well, what I make of it is we do send MOUZ on into the grand finals, right? That's going to happen.
Yeah.
A heroic attempt and a heroic effort, nonetheless, here from Heroic. So.
Well, do you want to go ahead and show the folks at home our lovely little artifact, meaning that we are once again another step closer to reuniting the universe and making all of our multiverses into one. From my side, at least, I feel like MOUZ gave us an incredible performance, especially on that Dust 2. They had an incredibly strong CT side to kick things off. And for the side of Heroic, it was almost like a reverse situation. Great start from them as well. Don't worry, Trace, it's in there. Did you put it backwards again, or is it?
No, that one's correct.
Correct? Correct way around this time.
That is correct. I'll just keep these on too, why not?
I think they suit you. I think you're working it. Work it for the camera.
No, all right, that's enough working it for the day. That's it. We do have a grand final set up now.
And it's not just any grand final, it's gonna be a best of 5, baby. And let me tell you, I'm super excited to see this one pan out. What about you?
I would have to say so as well. And also, if you look at this bracket coming in here, kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. Who do you think, dare I ask you?
No.
Oh, come on. Well, you know what? Fine. I want to hear from everybody in the chat. Let us know who is going to be the winner of BetBoom Dacha Belgrade. Is it going to be Spirit or is it going to be MOUZ? That's the real question.
Well. We have the other artifact added to the wall.
Just one left, Inko.
Yeah, just one left.
And
Who's
the multiverse will come together.
I'm really excited to see what happens. Like, are we just going to be teleported, or...?
I don't know. Maybe the ancient aliens come down and pick up the winning team.
Troy said the ancient astronauts the other day. I like that.
Ancient astronauts. astronauts.
Yeah.
Are we also ancient astronauts to the people in the future?
I mean, we are traveling space every day.
Technically, Earth is a spaceship.
We are spinning.
The Earth is a supercomputer.
Yeah, it's our lovely flat planet. It's spinning around, blah.
And the answer is 42. Well, anyway, we'll talk about that later on, about science fiction and all that good stuff. But yeah, this is, I think overall, look, I don't want to be too harsh on Heroic. They got outplayed, obviously, right? But I feel that it's coming together. I think Dexter's put up a very commendable showing overall. They look very convincing against MIPR and against Spirit and against MOUZ as well. 2 top 3 teams in the world right now. Top 3, top 4 teams. They are, they were competitive. It's not that they completely got ran over. There were a couple of flaws which I'm sure will be easily fixable as well. And for MOUZ, they got business done. There were a couple of shaky moments here and there, but they were never really disrupted by Heroic's, solid starts or the comebacks. And in the
I was worried from the start, to be honest.
I was not worried
Mirage.
at all. Not a shadow of a doubt. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. There was little moments there on both Dust 2 and Mirage. Maybe only the sort of first part of Mirage, but definitely on Dust 2 where it felt like MOUZ could have potentially lost that map, and it wasn't the cleanest start here in Mirage either. So I will say, Heroic did a fantastic job. I think they played above expectations at this event, and I'm excited about the future with Dexter and the team, because if this is him after a whole year out of competitive play, and he's this good already, I mean, there's only excitement to look forward to, isn't there, about this guy?
Oh yeah, for sure, and I really do. I'm looking forward to seeing this team in the future as well. I think there's just a caliber of players on this lineup. It would be a travesty not to see them play at more events and find success. But here we go. We have it. Look, this is something all of us kind of prophesized. All of us said should be the grand finals. It's going to be MOUZ off a hot streak right now in EPL. Yet once again finding themselves in another grand finals of best of 5. This time around, though, it is Spirit who have come back after the 2-month break. They look fired up. They look ready to get back into the midst of all the action and win a couple more tournaments. But also, we've seen a few changes. This isn't the same Spirit we saw back in the major. We saw Vertigo, for example. Donk's no longer playing B. And
that looked good today, didn't it?
I mean, it was 13-2, by the way. It looked damn good against what was a map where Falcons are pretty solid on. So I am extremely excited for what should be one hell of a game tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting best-of-5 game over there, and it's tough to call the winner in that matchup, which is probably why Trace was a little apprehensive in terms of giving his prediction on, because it is tough to call who is going to pick that one up. And Brolin's the MVP. It's always tough to call MOUZ MVP as well, isn't it? It's quite difficult. If map 1 was Exertion, this time it's Brolin. And what a fantastic time it is to see Brolin back in Counter-Strike, playing well again, and having a smile on his face most of the time.
Sometimes, maybe not here right now, but overall, he's pretty happy. He's out of the NIP cage, and I guess he's enjoying himself in the MOUZ cage. Where, yeah, you take a look at the round history real quickly. There, you can see the 6-round streak that Heroic went on. Which, yeah, sure, maybe a couple of worries, but after that, MOUZ kind of woke up and started playing their game, and Heroic are only able to accrue a couple more rounds after that. Overall, just a very dominant showing coming out from, honestly, everyone on the side of MOUZ.
Yeah, it's a great team effort across the board. Everybody had their impactful rounds, their impactful moments, and that's the reason they're here in the grand final, chasing another trophy for the MOUZ cabinet. And it's just as well they built that new facility in Hamburg, because they need a new trophy cabinet with how much this team is looking like they're going to win. But in particular, I think you look into the final, and the opening department is an exciting head-to-head between Torsi and Shiro. You'd edge that out to Shiro. Then the rifling, they have the star rifler over here on Spirit, obviously the best rifler in the world right now. So that is a very exciting best of 5, and that's going to be tomorrow at 3 p.m. So we're done with the best of 3s in the competition, and it's just one game tomorrow, that best of 5 MOUZ Team Spirit.
This week just flew by, didn't it?
It really did, yeah. A blink of an eye.
Blink of an eye, and it was some great Counter-Strike. It was having a great time, Trace and Jasmine over there having a merry old time, and of course ourselves as well sitting here in the studio. It's been a great ride, and now you just have that final main meal remaining. MOUZ Spirit. I love it.
Yeah, it is the absolute dessert that we've all been waiting for, and I think we kind of knew it was coming.
I don't even think it's a dessert. I think it's the main course.
Yeah, this is the main course,
yes.
Which is dessert. Dessert is always the main course.
What's wrong with
you? It's what you're waiting for at the end of the day.
What's wrong with you?
I like dessert, man.
I like dessert too, but the main course is the main course.
Well, enough of this, Blair. We've had enough.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike is over for the day.
Let's get out of here.
But the best of 5 is tomorrow, a grand final that everybody has been waiting for. MOUZ versus Team Spirit set to tee off tomorrow at 3 p.m. CEST. It's a best of 5 you don't want to miss. And to stay updated with all of it, make sure to follow Fisher on social medias.
good match for you, like not so hard. Like 3 teams on this tournament tried to punish you, picking DUS2. I'm a little bit confused. How come you managed to prepare it while being on ESL Pro League when you played Overpass there? Give me some insight, please.
Yeah, so we were in Malta whenever the announcement came out that Overpass is gone and DUS2 is coming in, and instantly we knew that we were traveling to this tournament straight from Malta, so we would have no time at home to practice it. And it is just too obvious from the teams here that are playing here. They will look at us and they will obviously, one of the favorite teams here coming in, so they will expect or they will want to do some sort of surprise pick against us, and DUS2 was their only choice. So we knew that was going to happen and there was no way to avoid it, so we just practiced it basically. Before the finals or before any game that we had a chance in Malta, we practiced it, we prepared a few things, so we kind of knew the basics of it, and now playing officials is just giving us a little bit of confidence going in every game, so yeah, it feels good.
Can you give me some comment about today's game? You have pretty nice DUS2 and Mirage at some point. You were down like 6-3, and give me some emotions about that match.
Yeah, like Torzi said before the game, we went out drinking last night. It was his birthday, you know. Then we tried to do some preparation, and we're doing preparation. Suddenly, everyone's going blurry. No one knows what's going on. No, but on a serious note, I think it got pretty close, actually. Maybe closer than we expected. We've been on the road for quite some time now, so it is exhausting to play these games. But every time we come in before the game, we just say to each other that we just need to push and push and push and continue giving our 100% that we can into the game. And today we maybe felt a little bit off during some rounds where communication was off. I'm calling to do something and people are not listening exactly. So it happens in games like this after exhaustion. So I'm glad that we just got to close it out.
Talking about being tired, it's your 3rd final for last tournaments. Do you feel like you have still power to show your best tomorrow, or feel like you are running out of fuel?
I think actually maybe we are a little bit exhausted and maybe running out of fuel, but we have very high motivation because we are chasing that #1 rank in HLTV, and we know that this is a huge possibility. We want to end off the season in a good note. We've been very close throughout the season to the finals, winning tournaments, but we never really managed to do that apart from Malta. And now the last 3 tournaments, we have a really good chance to do it, and that's why we are just pushing ourselves to the limits.
Okay, I wish you good luck. Congratulations with the win today. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you for your interview. С нами был капитан команды MOUZ Sports Юхи.
Mm.